No one pulling? No pulls? Okay. Ready.
Recording in progress.
Good morning and welcome to Tuesday, December 5th, Board of Supervisors meeting. Roll call, please.
Vice Chair Gallagher. Supervisor Cottrell.
Here.
Supervisor Berryessa.
Here.
Supervisor Gregory.
Here.
Chair Ramos.
Here. And at this time, I will invite Sheriff Ortiz to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And this is the cutest, fuzziest little visitor we have ever had. Today's pet of the week is Sky. And Sky is still available for adoption, despite my many attempts to get us an office cat. Because she loved roaming around the office today. And with us, our shelter manager, Katie's going to tell us a little bit more about Sky, and I'm going to cuddle with her.
So Miss Sky came to us when a Napa city resident was going into an assisted care facility and could no longer care for Sky. She is around 11 years old, and she weighs a whopping 14 pounds of love. She is an absolute sweetheart, loves everybody that she meets. She would prefer to be the only cat in the household. But yes, she's absolutely sweet. She's just been back in the CEO's office just purring away. So
We already connected.
She did come, she had a previous injury in her younger years that it has healed. And so her back leg is a little bit wonky. She keeps it pretty straight most of the time, but it does not bother her whatsoever. Doesn't slow her down. She's just looking for a home to live out her golden years. So this is Miss Sky. Currently, until further notice, we are waiving all adoption fees at the shelter because we are at critical capacity. So all animal adoptions will be waived until further notice. If you want to come down and meet Sky, we're at 942 Hartle Court, and the phone number is 707-253-4382. Thank you. She does love to purr.
And this is an arms workout.
I was hoping I could get her purring, because I know what I can't get on the microphone.
Katie, what happened with last week's pet?
Oh, a quick fun update. Duke from last week, anybody that saw, has been adopted. Yay. Yes. He actually was adopted by a family member of mine, so I get to see him all the time. All of my family members now have animal shelter dogs, so anybody else wants to join the club, feel free. Ralph's sister Lauren has been adopted. Yes, it's been pretty good. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sky and Katie, for joining us. And again, all adoption fees are being waived right now. And if you know someone that might be interested, send them that cute picture and the little link to Sky purring. And black was probably the wrong color to wear up top today. We do not have any presentations, proclamations, or commendations for our consideration today. On our consent calendar for special districts, we have one item. Are there any questions or comments by the board? Seeing none, I'll take public comment on 5A. Seeing none in the boardroom. Any on the phone lines?
No one on the line.
I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and decision.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Pedroza, second by Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next for our consideration, our consent calendar of items 6A through T. We do have a correction memo on 6C. for our consideration. Any questions or requests to discuss separately by the board? Seeing none, I'll open public comment. This is public comment on 6A through T. Seeing none, I'll close public, I'll go to the phone lines.
No one on the line.
Thank you. I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and decision.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Pedroza, second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next, for our consideration, we have public comment. Public comment is for all matters not listed in the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors and our special districts. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes, and we have our podium here up front. I'll now open public comment.
Good morning. Jim Hinton, 45 Spring Street, Napa, California. Recently I've been asking a lot of questions about the tax enterprise that it's known as Visit Napa Valley. It seems that even though it's supposed to be a transparent organization funded by tax dollars or whatever you want to call it, they seem to not be accountable on anything. Nobody seems to know how they spend their money. Asking a simple question like, how much does the CEO make? It seems to be like it's offending people that you should ask such a question. And it appears that she's making over $750,000 a year now, according to some of these documents people have sent me. And, you have the power. There is a district management plan that clearly outlines how if you collect the money and you hand it over to them, how they have to spend it. It has 5% for this, 10% for this, 20% for this. It is clearly outlined. It's not up for them to spend it however they want to spend it, because that's not why it's brought in. People are being taxed whether they want to or not, because a majority of hotels want to do it, so everybody has to collect it. And the only reason that's legal is because there's a document in place that has specific guidelines on how they have to spend the money so these people do get the return they're supposed to get. Now, there are rumors circulating that the hotels now are not happy, that there's nobody sleeping in there right now. And there are rumors that the hotels are maybe going to get rid of Lindsay, which I think would be wonderful. But, they need to get somebody in there who's willing to do the job at a reasonable salary. There's no reason why somebody running an Instagram page should make more than our CEO or our city attorney or our sheriff or anything. But she's making about what all three of them make combined, and she's running an Instagram page. So the only reason they're getting that 2% is because your TOT is so low, it makes it easy for them to take it. And our community would be better served if you would raise the TOT by 2% and start using that money to fund our parks and to make Napa Valley better for the community, and especially the kids that have no return on investment from all the wine tasting rooms and all that kind of stuff. They get nothing back on this TOT, really hardly at all, unless you count them having better roads or more sheriffs or fire somehow a benefit. But there's nothing for them to do in this town. That's why our high schools are going to be closing up. That's why families, are getting out of here, and nobody will raising kids here anymore, because there's nothing for kids. It's about drinking, and expensive food. And it's time that you start realizing that there's an opportunity to capture more TOT, and we need somebody who's willing to consider a future tax ballot initiative to where you could ask the voters, would you like to raise the TOT by 2%? And it's up to us, the voters, to do it, but you have the power to give us that opportunity to vote on it. You don't have to raise our sales tax. You don't have to raise our property tax. You can raise the TOT, transient occupancy tax.
Thank you.
That's what we need. I got 38 more seconds, don't I?
Is that timer current? Okay, thank you.
Anyways, I'm looking forward to next month when we have a new chairwoman of the board, I assume. I'm assuming the rotation is going to go to my favorite supervisor, Joelle Gallagher, And I look forward to those days. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker for public comment.
Christopher DiNatale, District 2. Good morning, Chair Ramos and Board of Supervisors. I come to you today in the dual role as Executive Director of Arts Council Napa Valley and Chair of the Napa Valley Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. So often in this chamber we focus on what is not working, but this morning I would like to share a story about what is. Last week I had the privilege of attending a conference in Nashville as part of the Napa County team along with 50 other small to medium communities across the U.S. for a cross-sector collaboration focusing on real issue problem solving for connecting communities and catalyzing equity. A fancy way of saying a bunch of really different people got together to talk about our problems and figure out how to do things better. Our keynote speaker was Nashville poet and strategist for the organization No Starving Artist, Stephanie Pruitt Gaines. And she left us with the statement, "Progress moves at the speed of trust." I came home to see this statement in action as La Vida Marvelosa made its world debut as the first fully produced and staged all-Spanish language production in our county on the main stage at Napa Valley College. This adaptation of the holiday classic It's a Wonderful Life was written and directed by our very own poet laureate, Aisha Rivera. Progress moves at the speed of trust. Representation matters, and this heartwarming and emotional production was performed by talented members of our Latino, Latina, and Latinx community and featured local ballet folklorico dancers and the music of mariachi. Progress moves at the speed of trust. Investment matters. This production was funded jointly by the Community Impact Fund of Napa County, Arts Council Napa Valley Presents, and Napa Valley College, providing the resources to make groundbreaking inclusive theater right here in Napa County. Progress moves at the speed of trust. I wish you all a happy and restful holiday and look forward to real progress and change while building trust together with all members of Napa County. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to hear nice things. I am inclined to want to give you 3 more minutes. Any other speakers? Seeing none in the boardrooms, I'll turn to the phone lines.
No one on the line.
Thank you. I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for our supervisor reports and announcements. Don't everyone, go at one time. Supervisor Gregory.
Thank you. As they have done the last few years, our CSAC executive committee has come to Napa for their retreat and meetings, and we all got to visit with them last week, which is special. I'm glad they come to Napa. The other is there's this thing we've been working on at Skyline Park called a bicycle skills course, aka a pump track if you're into biking. It's finished. We started about 5 years ago. I led a fundraising campaign to build this thing, completely privately funded. It's finished, and we're having our grand opening on the 16th, so a couple Saturdays from now. Come on out and check it out. It's great for the family and the kids, and they'll love it. Thank you.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair. I had 3 things to go over quickly. Meetings here in the county over the past couple weeks. First of all, yesterday I did a tour of the Yountville Veterans Home with some of their team there and one of their government relations representatives, and we looked at the skilled nursing facility, which is currently on track to be completed in late 2024, and then they'll have to go through the certification for that, but that will mean more people can be served on that campus. They also talked about some of the climate adaptation they're looking at. They'll have 41 EV chargers on that site, and we also toured some of the Firewise work that's happened around that property, which is so important for protecting the eastern part of the county and also the community of Yountville. And then met with a few members of the Farniente Winery team. They updated me. They just received their Blue Zone certification. So it's great to hear about that effort moving across the county and across industries. And a good reminder to me that as we at the county start our climate action work, there's lots of willing partners out there who are working on it in their own spaces as well. And then finally, met with the new chair of the Food Safety Coalition. We're now calling that the Food Security Coalition. That's Kara May Woolidge, who you may know. She's the director of the Napa Farmers Market, and talked about kind of a vision of how to better organize the network. There's so many nonprofits working in the space of bringing food delivery to people who need it. So excited to see that get relaunched too. Thanks.
Okay. That's it for Board of Supervisor reports and announcements. We did not have any items pulled from consent, and we don't have any administrative items for special districts. I'm going to go a little bit out of order here. I'm going to first go ahead, if staff is ready, jump to the Williamson Act items. Are we ready for, do we have, Mr. Bordona, do we have Williamson Act? If not, I can move around. Okay, I will go ahead and move it around. So if you could have that one ready, queued up. Thank you. I'm going to then first go to our Deputy County Fire Chief is going to provide an annual report on fire, all things fire, preparedness and response. Welcome, Chief Martin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody doing today?
Great. Are you looking for an office cat?
You know, is this working? Yeah.
It's working.
Yes.
We'll waive the fees.
You know, yes, thank you on consent. We do have a new office, so maybe that's something that we add to the office. So good morning, everybody. Jason Martin, Deputy Fire Chief for Napa County Fire Department. Chair Ramos, thank you for having me. Board members, thank you. I was gonna, thanks, my presentation is up this morning. Give you a year-end presentation of all the efforts that we've put forth within the county. But I want to preface it a little bit. So last time I came to the board, you asked for kind of some comparisons, like where did we start and where are we at today? And so this is kind of an overview that gives us some examples and shows us the overall effort that we put forth over the last 3 years. So I'll go ahead and start. As we get ready to close out this year, we begin the planning for 2024. We want to pause and share our fire resiliency progress we've made this year and also over the last 3 years. When I say that it's we, it's not really just we. It's a collaborative environment. We are in partnership with not only Sonoma Lake Napa unit as the unit, but also Napa County Fire Department, the County of Napa, our stakeholders such as the vintners and the grape growers, and then also our community members and our stakeholders. And they're very important for us to meet the fire resiliency commitment. Now that we're in year 3 of the CWPP, I'm going to share some of the objectives and the things that we've been able to accomplish over the years. All right, so let's start with the fire stats. This kind of gives us an idea of what the last couple of years have looked like, and we've been blessed with some moderate weather in the last few years, this year and last year. So if we look at 2020 as an example, there was a little over 4 million acres burned throughout the state. And this is statewide, but this gives us a really good picture of what the environment is looking like. Compared to 2023, which is only 319,000, albeit that's still a considerable amount of acreage, but when we look statewide, that is a very light fire season. But that also means that we have to take advantage of that and continue our fire preparations. Next slide, please. So in 2020, we kind of embarked on this adventure, developing a countywide CWPP, which would have been the first, or was the first of its kind in the state. With that, it took planning to formulate how we are going to address the overall issues, how are we going to minimize the impact, not just by small increments, but by a large scale. by developing some collaboration with our partners, as stated previously, on how we can join forces in each one of the projects to have an overall plan. And so that started in 2020. We looked at some of the gaps within the plan and we addressed them, put together some tactics and strategies, and implemented that planning. Next slide, please. So we continued to do our chipping program that had been in place, but we wanted to increase the exposure of that plan and also get more community involvement with this free service. What that provided to us was kind of a metrics that we could use to figure out if our messaging to the community is accurate and where we needed to make some improvements. When we look at 2020, we had about 1,077 requests. And then when we look at 2023, we're a little over 1,100, almost 1,200 requests. And we had some peaks and valleys within that. Again, that's some of the educational components which allowed us to pivot. But again, we see the success with that program, and we want to continue that program. Next slide, please. It was asked of the board to provide a map of the density where the chipping operations have been happening within the county. So we overlaid our 2023 map that showed that the chipping itself is throughout the county. It's not just consolidated in one area, which is actually really, really good. It helps us in a lot of our target areas. So we see up there in the Angwin area and the Dry Creek Lacoya area, which are two of the targets we have within the county. And again, it just reiterates to us from a program side that we are messaging, and that message is wide and far. Next slide, please. Our defensible space inspections. This is actually a really big one. So in 2020, we looked at how many defensible space inspections we were able to accomplish, and really had to drill down in how that plan is being deployed. We made some adjustments to that plan. We established some benchmarks in order to have more exposure, increase the amount of public education to all of our residents, and the need and the importance of defensible space. And if we look at 2020, albeit 900 inspections is really, really good, but when we compare it to 2023 with a little over 2,500 inspections, that just really is an example of planning and also staffing. So we find great success with that program. And we also developed through the Fire Marshal's office a certificate. Now, the certificate at first glance is just, somebody gets a piece of paper that says, hey, okay, I met the requirements for the year, but it provides a little bit more leverage for the homeowners to provide back to insurance companies when asked if they were fire resilient or if they have defensible space. Has anybody inspected or looked at your property? And now they have the opportunity to provide them a legal document, which we were the first county in the state in order to provide such a certificate. And now that's become another recognized source of acknowledgement to the community members. So again, Napa is a first for many of these things. Next map, please. So when we look at this map, this is our density for our defensible space inspections from this last year. And as I stated in a couple of board meetings prior, we have a 3-year plan to try to blanket 100% of the county. And this is, again, an example of where we look at our target hazards to ensure that the communities that are at most risk are being looked at and they get the education and inspections as needed. And also use that strategy to enhance or grow that inspection program. Next slide, please. When we looked at 2020, we also had to recognize that There, albeit we send out flyers, there is CAL FIRE puts up defensible space information, some how-tos and how you get prepared. We realize that there's still a gap with that, and really truly understanding, because when we look at it from the fire perspective, it makes sense to us. When you look at it from a homeowner's perspective, it may not necessarily make sense because you want your property to look a certain way. So we implemented the consulting inspection program through the Fire Marshal's office, which afforded us the ability to go out to private properties and businesses to give the property owners some information on how best to accomplish defensible space, to develop a plan and to execute that plan. And at first we weren't sure if it was going to take hold, and we find a lot of success with this program. Not only is it affording information to those property owners, but it's also enhancing the fire resiliency throughout the county, because that information is also being shared with those friends, families, and other businesses. Next slide, please. Okay, so shaded fuel breaks. So again, shaded fuel breaks is a method that we use for fire resiliency. This is our one example of how we can reduce the fuel loading, which changes the fire characteristics. And so when we look at this slide, in 2021, we treated 350 acres. And in 2023, almost double, at 633 acres of treated acres. And these shaded fuel breaks are around our communities such as Angwin, Circle Oaks, Berryessa, Highlands, and the Estates. Next slide, please. Okay, roadside clearing. Again, one of our priorities that we have within the county, our number one priority is to ensure that our ingress and our egress routes are opened. Again, what this does is it reduces the fire intensity and impact on those roadways. And in 2021, we were only able to accomplish about 10 miles of roadside clearing. But when we look at 2023, we treated 134 miles. And again, this is a continued effort. This is a strategic goal that we have within the county in order to maintain those ingress and egress routes. And we are continuing to see great success with that. And as we move forward, we continue to improve on that program. Next slide, please. And we have spoken about dozer lines, strategic dozer lines within the county. And what those actually mean, and really that is opening up previously used dozer lines that we've had in place from previous fires, but then to leverage those and maintain them so that it provides us a break in the landscape and some objectives or some priorities for fire operations, so we strategically can use those dozer lines. And we look at 2021, albeit it was our idea, it was within our plan, we were not able to execute, but due to a generous donation from the vintners, in 2023 we were able to do the maintenance and open up 69 miles of dozer line. And again, those are strategic dozer lines that we utilize in order to suppress fires as they're moving through our environment. Next slide, please. Okay, so I do have to apologize on this one. This is, next slide, please. Uh-oh, we're stuck. All right, so since we're stuck, oh, here we go. Nope, not there yet. Okay, as we wait for the slide to catch up, we asked about grazing acres. And so we went after to get some data from the vendors. We did not get anything back from them. We know that they're out there and they're treating several acres, but I can report out to you that from our CWPP and our efforts, we've treated 353 acres through grazing in 2023. And we know that grazing with the contractors that are within the valley has been ongoing in several of the large properties, and it's taking hold as a very economic way to start clearing and maintaining the property. So unfortunately, I don't have the total numbers. I was hoping I could, but I do not have that. but I can tell you with confidence that that is ongoing and will become one of the norms we'll see within the valley for the use of grazing animals. Next slide, please. Okay, recaps. Okay, so in 2023, shaded fuel breaks, we treated 633 acres. Roadside clearing is 134 miles. Grazed acres was 353 acres, and then the strategic dozer miles was 69. Now, when we compare that from 2021 to 23, the shaded fuel breaks acres treated was almost 2,400 acres. Roadside clearing miles was 219 miles. Grazed acres, again, we implemented grazing last year, so it's only 353 acres. And then the strategic dozer miles over that period of time was a total of 73. And again, this gives us kind of a pretty good idea of how much work we've gotten accomplished and what we're learning as we move along in this process. We're getting better and better. And I see as we transition into 24, we'll see some improvements in those numbers, not only with funding from the county, but also from the grants that we have currently in queue. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're going to look at what we've spent on these projects thus far. So in 2021, we started with $4.5 million to start the program and implement our fire resiliency plan. In 2022, we spent 6.1 million. In 23, we spent 9.6, and that was reflected in all the projects that we just previously went through, and that is the overall cost to date of what we spent for our 5-year community wildfire prevention plan. Next slide, please. All right, so now we get into some of our community efforts. Thanks to a grant this year, we were able to focus on the reflective property management program. Those are the address markers that give us the information for some of these long driveways for the fire departments. So pertaining to not only the address of the property, but do they have turnarounds for the fire apparatus? Is there a water source available? Is there any other type of fire department infrastructure that we can leverage in advance of a moving fire? When we look at this, there was 6 fire safe councils that received the address signs: Diamond Mountain, Angwin, Spring Mountain, Coombsville, Wild Horse Valley, Calistoga, Pope Valley Estates Fire Safe Council. A total of 1,187 address signs were printed and installed, and they spent a little over $27,000 on this project in order to ensure that we change our signage and allows us better access not only for the property owners, but also for the emergency response side of that program. Next slide, please. Then this last year, we participated in the Firewise Defensible Space Cost Share program. This was a program based on a grant from CAL FIRE that provided a cost share to property owners to provide defensible space. It was basically a reimbursement up to $3,500. In that, there was 320 participants in this program, which is very successful. The property owners spent a little over $300,000 in defensible space efforts, and were reimbursed at $100,683 back to the property owners. So this is another great program, and these are ongoing throughout the county. When they come available, we're able to leverage it. We understand how best to promote this program and also to do the follow-up with the property owners. And again, this is education. This is implementation throughout the county, which we see will be long-lasting. Next slide, please. We'll talk about the Pacific Union College, the fuels reduction project that we have up there. Over $100,000 or $1 million spent in fuel reduction efforts up in the PUC, and that's in the Angwin area. 184 acres of mastication has taken place, which is reducing the fire loading within that area, which is protecting the greater part of Angwin, and 60 acres of hand trimming. And again, the difference between the two, mastication is with a mechanical application, tractors and what have you, with these flailing blades, and then hand trimming is personnel walking in and physically cutting and stacking and piling dead and down and or limbing up trees in order to open up the forest land, which changes our fire environment, which reduces the fire impacts, makes it easier for suppression. Next slide, please. Okay, so public education, which was one of our priorities when we look at the CWPP, and one of the strategies that we wanted to really enhance when we looked at our overall plan starting in 2020. Our program has been very successful. We participated in several events and meetings within the community. We found that the engine days, getting the engine companies out into the communities, is amongst one of the most popular events. And as we saw with the engine companies going up into Silverado, those fire safe councils or those HOAs, whichever the organization is, our companies will go out, they'll meet with the property owners and those community members, and will walk their property. They ask pointed questions, how it relates directly to them. We give them direction or suggestions on how best to fortify their properties, and we're finding great success with that. So not only our public events that we attend, but also these smaller events is showing that our public education program continues to expand. We're finding success, and we look in 2024 to implement a few more programs if we can. Next slide, please. Then lastly, I want to just give some highlights for 2023, the things that we have added that provide us the means to provide fire protection to Napa County, enhancements and or tools we've provided to the community. The big one, I think, is one of the tools that's directly available to the community through our Fire Marshal's webpage is the Fuel Mapper, which is that tool, if you recall, that somebody can put in their address, and it will provide them a sheet that tells them what they need to reduce on their property for fire resiliency to reduce the risk from wildfires. Of course, our engine days, the implementation of our mobile data terminals we put into the fire engines, which is the tablet command program, which is allowing us not only to receive information from our emergency command center on the type of call and relative information, but also map layers that are pertinent to fire suppression, such as water sources. We are in partnership with MeterMe, and that provides us GIS data that shows us the private water sources that we could tap into in the event that there is a fire. Community maps for egress and or fire department infrastructure, bridge limits, etc. We're having to update our mobile radios. We have communications issues with our current fire equipment, and last year through county communications and our partnership with them, we started to install and upgrade our radio system, and we're moving forward to continue that increase in communication capabilities. And again, this year, starting in the fire season, we had the Alert California AI fire cameras that we deployed with messaging, not messaging, but alerting in our emergency command center. We found great success with that program, and we see that program continuing and expanding in the coming years. Staffing levels. Again, we have fire prevention. Fire prevention is one side of our capabilities and what is necessary in order to mitigate fires. So staffing is a critical role in providing the highest level of protection within the community. And thanks to the Board of Supervisors, we increased our field staffing level, not only on all the fire engines, but increased our command and control capabilities with our field battalion chiefs. And then also throughout the county, We increased our winter staffing preparedness with our Amador plan. That's where the CAL FIRE stations stay open. They don't close at the end of fire season. And we brought back on stage or on board Station 30 in Angwin to add the surge capacity necessary to provide the level of protection throughout the season. That is, and the last part of that is the completion of our fire master plan, which gives us some objectives and some priorities within the fire department throughout all of the programs and what we need to address and where we can make our improvements. So that is the end of my presentation. I am available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chief. It's always it's great to hear a year-end report of the investments we've made, I think, but what is most significant is actually seeing the cumulative work over 3 years in investments, and not just for the CWPP, but also just a changed methodology of how we are doubling down in all areas, and that it has in fact yielded results. We certainly cannot put a price tag on the safety of our residents, knowing that wildfire is at the top of everyone's mind, as we have been through more than our fair share. So this snapshot is very much appreciated. Supervisor Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair. On the grazing, Chief, thank you for doing that. I think, again, it's just part of understanding everything that is happening. And I think it just takes reaching out to a few of the folks that do this. And they have a network. You know, Robin Baggett does grazing, Johnny White does. Call one of them, and they'll tell you the network, right? And I think getting a hold of it, not interested in regulating it or permitting it if we don't need to, but really understanding what's happening, because when you're out there, you see it happen, and I think it's a good thing. So again, I just want to provide you that. On the control, on the burning, I really think that's an opportunity to ensure that folks understand all the tools in the tool belt. Are we still doing controlled burns right now, or does that stop?
No, no. So, and that's a really good segue for a couple things. Yes, we are going to be doing some control burns, weather depending. Again, we come into the weather season, we have to ensure that it's in prescription, right? Because we're going after, when we put fire on the ground, we're looking for a particular result, right? So we don't want a dirty burn, we want a clean burn, we want to take care of the dead and down. That's why we do a broadcast burn. We do have a broadcast burn scheduled for 41 acres in the lower Dry Creek area, and also up in PUC, which is another 13 acres, which we've been trying to find the weather in order to implement those 2 burns, but they're already planned. All the lines are put in, the sequence and all that has been taken care of. So that is on our radar, and we are looking at also starting a prescribed burning association, a PBA, that there's a lot of discussions with that. That is more to come with that, but we are looking at again, putting fire back into our environment like we used to be able to do all the time until we had a lot of regulatory issues. And that is one of the tools we'll be deploying throughout the coming years.
So you mentioned something that's key that I learned. To do a controlled burn, you need to do CEQA?
Yeah.
So when a big fire strikes, does that have to do CEQA?
No.
So I'm having a hard...
It's an emergency.
Okay.
When it's an emergency, we don't have to go...
I knew they had to do the question. But to your point, I'm having a really hard time understanding that this is a tool that we want to use responsibly.
Sure.
Mindful that it creates things in the air.
Yep.
But when the natural disaster strikes, the impact is there. So if this is a tool that we believe in, I think we need to explore if this is something that you, the men and women that have the badge, say is a tool, and you believe we should do more of it in Napa County. I think we need to find a way to encourage and support you doing more, because the one thing I learned from the very beginning, the way you change fires is to manage the fuel load.
That is true.
So controlled burns allow you to manage the fuel load.
They do, and we toe the line again. We have to put in control lines, right? Because we don't
completely agree.
Yeah, so that's where that CEQA requirement comes in.
That might be a future agenda item where I just want us to fully understand what that means and where their exemptions might be. Because if you do it, there's CEQA. If a private party does it, it sounds like there might not be. So that's just something I'm really interested.
Yeah, as we develop the PBAs, as it's called, the prescribed burn associations, and that will afford us some of those private entities to do those control burns under a controlled circumstance with guidance. That gives us some leverage as we're trying to stand up those programs.
Got it. And so, made my point there. On the fire trucks, I think that's a really cool thing that we go out to neighborhoods. Are we still going out to schools?
Yes, but that is, again, one of those gaps that we want to increase that public education component. That obviously fire prevention efforts isn't just, mom and dad and business owners. It's also the children that are involved. Because I think several years ago I kind of approached the board that this is a system approach, which takes all parties, includes the children, how they understand what's going on in our crazy environments, what they can do, how they get prepared, how they remind their parents, etc. So yes, that is on the radar for sure.
No, and I appreciate it. And I like you going into neighborhoods and adults getting excited about fire trucks. But I think going into the schools and re-educating our kids and youth so they grow up with this mindset around fire. Or doing open houses in our round of fires, and I think we already do that. I know the one on Atlas Peak, but again, just educating our youth around it is a good one. And then just the last part, I think we tend to gloss over sometimes the impacts that our partners do, and I think for the wine industry to contribute the way they did, I think is incredible. As we often talk about enough is enough and growth. Well, here's an example of what this industry is doing to improve the lives of Napa County residents.
Yeah, I can tell you that, again, the outreach that we've done with a lot of our partners in the industry has been phenomenal. I'll just use Cyril Chapelet just as the one that comes to mind just off the top of my head. Asked what can we do? How do we do this? What's the best method and approach? And has not just started it, but went very broad and has also shared lessons learned through their process of how they're reducing their fuel loading in and around their vineyards and their infrastructure, which is building resiliency within our community. As again, I said, how do we design from the fire perspective? Lines are continuous, meaning that they all kind of touch each other, and we can use them to corral fire. But if we get all the property owners, the large property owners, and these vintners involved in that as well, we can start to fill in the gaps through their efforts, and they've done a phenomenal job. The industry has really stood up in order and asked the great questions of how do we do this and how can we do this, and they've funded it, and they've executed it at a very high level. So we're very thankful, and I contribute part of that to the relationships that we built with the vintners and the grape growers in order to have that open dialogue. My phone does ring often with questions and, hey, how do I get this done, or what's going on with this, or what do you think about this? And that is exactly where we want to be.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you so much for the report, and it's really impressive to see, especially what the work that has been done between 21 and now. It's pretty phenomenal. And I just wanted to ask about the cameras. You said they were really helpful. Could you just dig in a little bit more? I'm just curious because we have these now, and it's nice to hear more about how they actually helped.
Yeah, so we had a very light fire season. I have stats for this year. We only had 670 acres within the entire unit. That's between 6 counties. So that's a really light fire season, especially for this region. But the AI cameras and the process that they put into place, we were a test for the Alert California system. And so you just never know how that's going to work. And there was a few little hiccups along the way, but that's why we were chosen to participate in this. And we found that the cameras, once they alerted, they notified our emergency command center, sometimes just prior to any other alert, and helped us to define the exact location, because sometimes it's just based in the area of or kind of up on the hill or what have you, and gave us some vision, and it was a very useful tool. And the folks on the back end of Alert California continue to make changes to that program to enhance our ability to leverage that system. And we can see that this system will continue, which is statewide, will continue with its growth and its capabilities as we move forward.
Supervisor Cottrell?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Chief Martin, for all this information, and particularly your willingness to dive into specific information and data points. I think we've got to have you visit several times over the past year, and it's getting richer and richer in terms of data, which I think is really helpful as we work through here. Totally agree with Supervisor Pedrosa's point about gathering the information on the grazing, because we know it's out there, and so tapping into the network that can help us map out all those acres, I think makes an even more compelling story. So that would be great to see. Yeah, and Cyril Chapelet up on Pritchard Hill, what they've done up there is amazing to see. And so how we capture all that in our own databases too, I'm interested in. So a couple questions. So you mentioned all those inspections. What do we have data about if someone goes out and does an inspection, tells a resident what they need to do? It's great we've got this certificate program now, because then we can kind of close that loop and say the work was done. Do you have a sense of what percentage of folks are getting those inspections and doing 90% of the work, 80%, the effectiveness or the follow through of those inspections?
The effectiveness is they have to meet. We have a very robust abatement ordinance within the county. So we have not only the public resource code requirements, but also we have enhancements to that. And if they're receiving a certificate and or if there is violations and we have to do the follow-up, I would think that we have out of that, there's about a 90% compliancy for that, and that's just kind of a swag based on how many warrants we've had to issue over the year in order to have the properties abated. And that's really the properties that we have to go and abate are those property owners that are failing to do anything with their property that pose the risk to the community. So it is a very high success rate, and again, really it takes a lot of staff in order to canvass the county along with our engine companies when available. But again, we're starting to, we look at that and we look at the staffing models, and we're adjusting those models appropriately to ensure that we have the highest impact possible to go out into those communities. And we do have a couple of issues where we get some calls up where we haven't been able to come out and do the re-inspections. And again, that's based off of staffing and really the overall need. And one way we address that is through our public education campaigns, and the amount of tools or what type of tools that we provide on our media platforms, so that people can reference them. So then if we do a drive-by or walk through the communities, they already are compliant. That doesn't require a knock and talk.
Got it. That's really impressive then, because I'm looking at this number of over 2,500 inspections, and you're saying over 90% of those are getting into compliance. So that's over 2,000 residences that are safer now.
Yeah, so. and we have, we look at that in two tiers, because they are supported by our fire safe councils as well. Which is part of what we give to them is like, hey, this is how this is done. These are the requirements. We need you to spread the word. And again, it's that network that we've established within this county with the 21 fire safe councils that gives us the gateway or the doorway into each one of these communities. So if I don't have the staffing to do this, but I have a point of contact that can help spread the word, if you will, we are finding that by leveraging that, we're having greater success across the county.
Got it. And then my last two questions, I know the more we're into this work, the higher the percentage of work is maintenance as opposed to initial. So can you give us a sense of where we are in that? How much of this is redo and how much of it is new work?
So if I can, I'll kind of try to dumb it down the best I can with this, is if I look at the work that we did in year 1 and we're coming into year 3, we not only are taking on the next year, but we have to go back to the year 1 work and do the maintenance on those projects. So it's usually about a 2 to 3 year maintenance cycle for each one of those projects that you have to go back and do the cleanup. However, when we talk about maintenance compared to the initial project, the maintenance will be less than the initial project because we're not dealing with as much of the heavies, meaning the dead and down, the trees, the limbs, the great brush patches, etc. We're just cleaning up some of the new growth and some of the litter that may have fallen through, the storms and what have you. So that's really what it is. If I look at year one, those projects are falling into maintenance. And I'm in year 3, so we start year 4 this year, or actually we're in year 3 now. And then so next year we'll go into year 2, start that maintenance, etc.
Got it. Thank you. And then you mentioned, this work is in the CWPP, and so we're tackling those chores. I think what would be interesting for a future presentation is to kind of track, this data against the CWPP, so we could see which projects we've knocked off, which ones were in maintenance mode, and things like that, to just get a sense of what the universe is of the CWPP. And then
that is one map that I did not have in my presentation, which was, we just missed it.
But there were a lot of great maps. So.
Yes, there was.
And then finally, all this data helps us show that we're doing risk reduction across the county, which makes us all safer, but it also hopefully should impact insurance rates at some point. So do we have a GIS layer that we can develop, continue to maintain, that helps show all this kind of reduction in risk?
We do. So all of these projects, again, are mapped. So the impacts of all that acreage, the treated acres, is mapped. The areas in which each one of those projects covers is mapped. So we do have that data. And again, if I had the map that you're looking for, which I can share with you later, does show exactly where we have done those reductions, especially around our communities, the community reduction, the risk reduction, if you will. So that is available, and we are still trying to work on, this broadcast of the work that we're doing within the county, and that that also takes you from the communications you have outside of Napa County of, like, these are the things that we're doing and these are the examples, and we're trying to do the best we can to support that by posting what we can to show and highlight the efforts we've put in within the county.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Great questions from the board. Seeing no others, I'll open public comment on this item. Seeing none in the boardroom, I'll turn to the phone lines. No one on the line. Thank you. I'll close public comment. And
I have a go back too at the end.
You have a go back? Where are you going?
Come back to the.
Oh, an actual go back.
Yes, an actual go back.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Chief. We really appreciate this recap.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you're congratulations on the new office, and if you're looking for an office cat,
yeah, sure. I do. I
keep
just
it in
want to.
mind.
Yeah, I do want to leave one thing with the community. As we get into the wetter months, it's fairly easy to say, okay, good, we made it through the fire season. It was not much of an impact, and we can kind of relax. I want to remind everybody that we're starting our process over again. So as we move into the winter months, that's when we start to deal with all of the heavies. And that is limbing up the brush and your trees and bucking up all the logs and reducing the heavier fuel models to get ready for chipping in the springtime. So then all of that stuff is taken care of as we move into the drier part of the season after the first cure somewhere in April, May. Then we start to address the fines so that we're ready for fire season come June. That's for each one of the homeowners, so that way we are taking our break in the summer months and we are prepared for our wildfire season. So that's all I have. Again, thank you very much to the board. Thanks again for the tremendous support that the county has provided in order to meet fire resiliency.
Thank you so much, Chief. That concludes our item 11A. Next, I will go ahead and call up item 13A for the Williamson Act items, and this is a public hearing for Williamson Act agricultural preserves and contracts for 2023. And welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Huh? Oh. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Ramos and members of the board. Dan Zodor from Planning, Building, Environmental Services. This item is the annual new and replacement Williamson Act Ag Preserve contract agreements. The requested action would bring approximately 155 acres into the act within 3 new Ag Preserve contracts. There's 2 rescind and replace cleanup contracts resulting from a lot line adjustment. We are requesting adoption of the resolution to approve the identified contracts, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And for good measure, I'll say I'll open the public hearing and I'll ask if the board has any questions on this item. Seeing none, I will go to public comment. Not in the boardroom. Any on the phone lines? Thank you. I'll close public comment. I'll close the public hearing and I'll bring it back to the board. Our requested action is adoption of the resolution that would come back to us.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Gregory, a tie, which will go to Supervisor Cottrell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, what we'll do is we are going to take a short 10-minute break, knowing that our next item is going to be a little bit longer. The next item, the order that we will take up items will be 13B. That is our public hearing for 9 a.m. And then we will go back to 11B and then 11C. We are recessed.
Recording in progress.
We're now back from our recess, and I'm going to exercise some privilege here and reopen public comment on item 11A. That was the Deputy County Fire Chief's report. As I know, Ms. Michelle Novy from the Vintners has something to share with us related to that, and our timing didn't quite work out, so I will recognize Ms. Novy for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Ramos, and thank you, supervisors. First and foremost, I just wanted to acknowledge the presentation given by Chief Martin and say how wonderful it was to see those extraordinary numbers and all the progress that's been achieved in our community. It's really amazing what can happen when we're all working together and pulling in the same direction. I also wanted to acknowledge Chief Martin personally for his partnership and responsiveness to specifically my organization, the Napa Valley Vintners, since we've made this our #1 priority since the fires in 2020. Whenever there's an issue, a text, a call, it's always returned so quickly, and he always has information for us and ways to move forward. So to Chief Martin, thank you very much. Second, I just wanted to follow up on something that Supervisor Pedroza raised, which was involving our community's children in firefighting and learning about the importance of fire safety. And although this wasn't on our promotion plan time schedule, I did want to let you know now that in partnership with NCFF, Napa County Fire, the Napa Valley Grape Growers, and the Napa Valley Vintners, we will be bringing back our Fire Resource Fair earlier in the year, next year. And this year it's going to be on a Saturday, March 16th at the Napa County Expo from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and with a particular focus on children. So drawing and animals and fire trucks, and I think I may have heard word that Smokey the Bear might make an appearance as well. So we're going to be doing a lot of promotion around that event for all of our community and industry to participate, come connect with vendors, learn about how to harden your property, create defensible space, so on and so forth. So just wanted to give those brief updates. And again, thank you for all the work that you're doing as supervisors and to Napa County Fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Novy, and my 1980s childhood heart is very excited about Smokey the Bear. I will now close public comment, and I'll bring it back to our regular programming. Next, I will call item 13B. This is a public hearing in at the Abbey Development Agreement. And before us, just to be clear, is a requested discussion and direction regarding the proposed terms of a development agreement between the County of Napa and Jackson Family Investments, LLC, the applicant, regarding their existing use permit modification application. This itself is not a development agreement. I think this is more, we can really link it towards an intent to negotiate terms of development agreement, and this is an opportunity for the board to really say out loud what you would like to see of what we consider to be those public benefits from the actual requested act. So at this time, wait a second, just 1 second. I clicked on the wrong item. Hold on a second. At this time, joining us for a presentation is Mr. Hawks, and I will open the public hearing and hand it over.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Trevor Hawks. I'm the project planner for P19-00038 modification, which is known as the Inn at the Abbey. And this is an item, as the Chair mentioned, is a request by staff for discussion and direction from the board on proposed development agreement terms for the Inn at the Abbey project. Thank you for the next slide. So the Inn at the Abbey is a major modification to an existing use permit, which seeks approval to demolish 3 existing buildings and in their place develop the site with a 79-room hotel on the sites with a 79-room hotel, including hotel retail, a hotel lounge space, spa with treatment rooms, pools, an underground parking garage, a rooftop terrace, a fitness room, outdoor lawn space and gathering space, back-of-house uses, and on-site employee housing. The application was received by PBES staff in February of 2019. Since then, the application has been found complete by staff. On July 21st, 2020, a notice of preparation of an EIR was published in the Napa Valley Register and issued to properties within 1,000 feet of the property and interested parties. And then on August 5th, 2020, an EIR scoping session was held on the project before the Planning Commission. Next slide, please. This is a 15-acre parcel spanning 15-acre project spanning 6 parcels. 4 of those parcels are situated northeast of the intersection of Lodi Lane and SR 29, and 2 remaining parcels are southeast of Lodi Lane SR 29 intersection. 2 of the parcels north of the intersection fully encompass the commercial limited zoning district. One of the parcels south of the intersection is partially zoned commercial limited. Parcels with CL zoning are identified as parcels subject to General Plan Policy AGLU4, which allows continued or expanded commercial activities on commercial zone properties, and found that they will not be detrimental to the agricultural, watershed, or open space policies of the general plan. In the staff packet, just to point this out, I've included as attachment B figure AGLU2 from our general plan. This is a map of the commercial limited properties within the unincorporated county, just to give the board an idea of where all of these properties are located in the county, and also people viewing this item. Next slide. Okay, I don't remember doing that. Sorry about that. The applicants proposed about 9 terms. Those are in attachment A of the staff packet. 4 of those are with public benefit. 5 are terms which benefit the applicant. So we'll talk about 4 of those terms that have public benefit to them. One of them is that the applicant is proposing to do on-site affordable housing units for employees. There are 6 existing market rate units which the applicant is proposing to deed restrict affordable for employees. These are on one of the 2 parcels that are southeast of Lodi Lane and SR 29. The other term that the applicant is proposing in this, and these can all be looked at in attachment A, is affordable housing funding. The applicant is proposing to pay about 3 times the amount of our affordable housing fund, what would be required under our affordable housing fund, which they've estimated to be about $1,580,000. And this would be paid over 2 equal payments at building permit issuance and 5 years after the project occupancy. Funds would be made available for use by Napa County or the county designated affordable housing developer. A third term with public benefit that the applicant has proposed is vine trail shelter easements. In conjunction with the project application, the applicant has already contributed easements to the vine trail and a trail rest shelter without receiving compensation. And this was due to the timing of the vine trail grant process, and these have already been issued to the vine trail. And then the 4th proposed term would be to improve agricultural lands on the south parcels to productive agricultural use. Proposal includes active agriculture on south parcels, agriculturally zoned land that is currently fallow, and the uses would consist of growing and harvesting, but not processing, of agricultural products. Agricultural use intended to provide farm-to-table experience for project food service and to educate hotel guests on Napa County's agricultural economy. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. There's 5 terms in these proposed DA terms that benefit the applicant. The applicant is requesting the ability to modify their site plan and building locations so long as total square footage and room count are not increased beyond what was approved as confirmed by the PBES director. They're also requesting that the established invested parking area, which is documented in approved use permit P12-00359, which is a very minor mod, that approval letter is in the staff packet, which is on AW zone parcels, that be recognized in the DA agreement. Their third term is for fee credit against future enacted transportation impact fees in amounts equal to the value of their vine trail, shelter easements, and other transportation improvements. The fourth is continued use by applicant of south parcel with historic invested wastewater treatment system on AW lands for all south parcel uses. And then 5 is to allow hotel guests to tour the model agricultural operations on the AW zoned lands south of Lodi Lane. Activities for the tour guests limited to those allowed in the definition of agriculture. Next slide. So the board's received a number of comments on this item. Staff is happy to answer any questions that the board may have on those comments, but I want to reiterate that today's administrative hearing is not to review or consider the applicant's use permit major modification application or the forthcoming environmental analysis in the forthcoming EIR. What we are here today to do is seek discussion and direction from the board on the applicant's proposed development agreement terms. And if the board feels that they need more specific information or terms that need to be fleshed out more and they would like us to come back at a later time, you can also give us direction on that, and I would bring this item back to the board at a later time. Directions provided to staff today in preparing material terms for the draft development agreement does not obligate the board to approve the development agreement at a later time. And then direction to staff on material terms is going to allow us to complete the project's environmental analysis. We're relatively close. We can kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel on finishing the EIR on this project. But if there's going to be a DA agreement between the county and the applicant, that DA agreement has to be considered and analyzed in the EIR. And so we cannot finish and produce the draft EIR until we have a draft DA agreement that goes along with it. And so then finally, there's, as I mentioned, we're not here to discuss the applicant's use permit or the environmental analysis, but there are going to be future hearings on this. At a minimum, there should be 3 more hearings. There may be more depending on continuances and things like that, but at a minimum, we will be going to the Planning Commission at a future date for a hearing on the draft environmental impact report. After that, there will be a hearing in front of the Planning Commission on recommendations to the board. Then that would be on the use permit, major modification, the final EIR, and the DA agreement. And then finally, the last hearing would be a Board of Supervisors hearing on the use permit major modification, certification of the final EIR, and approval of the proposed development agreement. That concludes my staff presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have. I'm sorry, before I finish, I just wanted to mention that the applicant is also here today, and they are available to answer questions from the board. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we do not have an applicant presentation, though, correct?
Yeah,
do we?
I think the applicant would like to get up and speak as well. Sorry.
I see as an applicant a presentation. So seeing no questions from the board right now, I'll invite the applicant's representative to come up and present to the board, and then we can have collective questions. Welcome, Mr. Agnew.
Good morning, Chair Ramos. Good morning, Supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. My presentation won't be terribly formal. I guess I should start. My name's Rob Anglin, 1455 First Street. I'm working with Jackson Family on this project since it was applied for in 2019. With me today, we have some team members to kind of be present, hear the board's feedback, possibly answer questions if that's the way the discussion goes, and I'd like to introduce them. We have Jackson Family member Ari Jackson, who also serves as the company's Director of Real Estate. We have Leanne Edwards, who is Executive Vice President of Real Estate, and then we have Jeff Scott, who is Executive Vice President of Planning and Design. I'm sure I butchered somebody's title in that. But in any event, we also have some team members who are watching remotely just to try to capture everything that is said today. And appreciate Trevor's staff report to you, and I would like to echo some of the comments just so that, that it's clear that the applicant shares the understanding. This is not about the project and it being approved today. We got a lot of comments from interested parties about potential environmental impacts that should and will be studied in an EIR, and that certainly will happen. That's not the focus today. And I understand folks want to be heard on those things, and they will be as the process moves forward. But the board isn't in a position with an EIR to make any decisions today. It's merely a discussion for direction to staff on possible development agreement terms that the board would like to see for this project to move forward in the analysis. So those kinds of decisions on approval will be taken at a later date. So I think it's worth noting that a development agreement isn't necessarily required for a hospitality project. In your staff report, you have the very limited places in Napa County where commercial development like a hotel is permitted. Other projects have proceeded without a development agreement, like the Oak Knoll Hotel, which was approved some years ago. We felt that like a development agreement was a good move here for both the project and for the community. It allows some public benefits to arise from the project. It allows a collaborative process between the county and stakeholders and the applicant. So we felt like it was a better process all around. And so as part of that, we put some proposed terms forward for discussion. One of the things that we heard it at the scoping session from the Planning Commission at the time, and we've heard it, as recently as the Napa Housing Coalition's letter that came in, is that affordable housing is part of the discussion on hospitality projects. And so we have proposed some measures on that topic, including the deed-restricted affordable housing that is on site. There's a comparison chart that I researched and prepared that's in your staff report, so that you have some comparisons to what other hospitality projects have done in that regard. The Oak Knoll Hotel, I think at the Planning Commission stage, offered to pay triple affordable housing fees. We're going a little bit beyond that. We're doing I guess going a lot beyond it, because we have 6 deed-restricted affordable units to be available for employee housing on site, in addition to offering to pay the triple affordable housing fee payment. So I think there's some questions that are good questions that the Napa Valley Housing or Napa Housing Coalition raised. There's some details in employer-sponsored housing. I don't think those details that can be worked out are reasons not to do it. Farm worker housing is employer-sponsored housing. Affordable housing is detailed. It can be complex. And so we can work through those details, and I think certainly it's something that employers should be encouraged to provide where they can. And we've proposed to doing that here. On the affordable housing fee payment, I think we characterized it as just a triple payment of affordable housing fees. We're not experts in housing finance. You've got an expert in housing finance, and I've spoken with Jennifer Palmer, your director of Housing and Homeless Services. I'm learning a lot about the different ways in which the county's initiatives operate and are funded. And so we'd like the opportunity to work further with Ms. Palmer and others and county staff to see how those dollars can be spent to best effect. There are things like the county's proximity home buyer assistance program that I understand is extremely successful. Maybe that's a good place for support. I know that a need among family farm worker housing is an emerging need that isn't really satisfied by the kind of congregate farm worker facilities that we've developed in the past. There's an area that could be benefited by a project like this. So I think those are things that we'd like to explore with your county staff that are public benefits from this project that could go directly to the issue of housing in our community. I think it's also, when you look at that comparison chart, I think it's helpful to see what other jurisdictions are doing. I think it's also helpful to recognize what those jurisdictions have in their toolbox. There are a lot of city applications or city projects in that list. and a city has the ability to rezone a nearby site for multifamily housing, and the county doesn't have that ability. And so I think that what we've proposed are public benefits that the county controls that go to county benefit. I think if we start to expand into a world of public benefits that are under city control, well, then we're going to start conditioning the public benefits on the city's further discretionary approval. That may be even more complicated than some of the other details that have been raised in the comments on the project. So we're looking for things that the county can implement, ways that we can part with the county, that the county has control over. Trevor mentioned the Vine Trail easements. Just a little further background, those were part of our proposal in 2020, but then the Vine Trail folks came and said, we need this for grant funding. And so the Jackson family, kind of took a leap of faith, at least in that regard, and went ahead and granted those easements, even though they had been proposed as public benefits. So I think someone out there may say, well, you've already granted those easements, so you're not getting a public benefit. But we proposed those in 2020. It felt wrong. The Jackson family didn't feel right about withholding that benefit, given the great need that the Vine Trail needed. That in order to get the grant funding, they needed those easements. So lastly, I think it goes without saying that maybe not a public benefit in a DA agreement, but TOT tax is a public benefit. It funds a great many things, including the county's general fund. After Measure I's passage in 2018, a portion of it goes to affordable housing. I'm certain there's lots of things that the county, valuable things that the county can do with that money. That's revenue that is not generated by the restaurants that are entitled currently on the site or the commercial plaza. So if the county is looking to maximize its return or its public benefit from commercial uses on commercially zoned sites, of which there are very few, then the hotel development is the maximum benefit. So with that, those are the comments I had to kind of frame the applicant's view of the discussion. We look forward to hearing from the board and what they think on it.
Thank you. We do appreciate that clarification of what the Jackson family did and front-loaded in good faith. So I appreciate that context. And again, reiterating, this is not approval, nor is this EIR, but this is just scoping for what kind of a relationship we want to have. Supervisor Gallagher.
Oh, Mr. Anglin, I just had a quick question that I figured as long as you were up there.
Sure. No,
thank you so much for the presentation. Can you just tell me if the units that are on site right now, if they're inhabited, and if they is it employees of the property that are there now?
So there have been employees that have been rented to those units. I don't think they're all rented right now. There have been month-to-month tenancies come and go at different times. They've been rented to first responders, fire personnel during fire season. So they are rented at market rate in their current condition.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like people are coming and going.
People are coming and
Okay.
going. And so the question often gets posed like, well, what happens to those people? The development agreement is something that doesn't happen all at once, right? Trevor talked about some of the process that leads up into just the board's approval if we can get to that point. Then you have to go and build it one day. And I've worked on other projects, and it doesn't happen the next day. I know the board's decision on a project is, a mark in time, but then there's financing and construction, and all, so there's a long lead up to that in which you have time to transition people who are in market rate housing to transition them to other options. And so no one is, if the board were to approve a project, which we hope they will, then it's not like we were serving eviction notices the next day.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Great. Thank you. I just wanted to know if there was, people currently employees or.
Yeah, it's something of a mix. And
Okay.
At the time that Two Birds, One Stone was open, if you remember that restaurant, there were some employees that were staying there at that time. But it's been, just market rate housing that the Jackson family has been leasing to those people who, can afford it.
Okay. Thank you.
Certainly.
And just to specifically,
Oh,
they're
if-
about 60%.
If I could, yeah.
About 60% full currently.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Supervisor Gregory.
Yes, a few quick questions. The housing that sits on 1157 Lodi, the triangular shaped piece, that's ag watershed zoned, so that means that's a legal non-conforming use, correct?
Yes, it would be a legal non-conforming use. I can double check the permitting history, but that's one parcel. It has multiple units on it, so it'd be legal non-conforming.
Okay.
And just to tag on to that, since I know the answer right now, we have a certificate of extent of legal nonconformity recognizing those 5 units.
Okay. And then is it fair to say that whether it's CL or AW across this project, none of our zoning currently allows housing?
Well, the AW zoning does allow housing.
Well,
at a
more than one unit on a parcel.
Well, technically, AW zoning could allow up to it would allow an ADU and a single-family residential structure, a cottage as well under our zoning code. Although that doesn't qualify as I shouldn't mention that doesn't qualify as a dwelling unit. But so that is allowed for housing. But housing in this does the commercial limited. The commercial limited, I believe, I'd have to double check. I think there is something called a commercial ADU in our zoning code, but besides that, there's no residential allowed in commercial limited.
Thank you.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of housing, Mr. England, is it being considered to incorporate the housing into the hotel potentially? I know there's models out there that are looking at trying to have more employee housing be part of the development. Is that part of the consideration here, or can it be?
Well, that's a question for the board and their zoning. Zoning does not currently allow multifamily in a commercial CL zone parcel. When we developed this application, we were looking to comply with the general plan policy AGLU 45 and existing zoning. So we weren't proposing to make the additional ask of asking the board to change the rules for us. So I think if you're posing that that question to me,
I think it might be a question to staff. And yeah, I guess
you ask the question again.
In terms of the housing, I'm really interested in this housing, opportunity here, whether it's contributing, which I'm not the biggest fan of, or building some type of housing as part of the development. Trevor, what are the impediments to that, if there are any?
I don't have the by right and the conditional land uses for the CL zoning right in front of me right this second. I wasn't anticipating the
boss
question.
is coming up.
Here comes the boss with his laptop. I should have brought my laptop. But the impediment is what it should be. Yeah, so CL does allow for what's considered a commercial accessory dwelling unit, as I mentioned earlier. But outside of that, multifamily is not a recognized land use in the CL zoning, either by right or conditionally.
We would effectively be looking at a change to the CL zoning details, which is something we could, of course, look into.
Got it. No, and look, I appreciate it. My initial responses are, the issue of housing is going to continue to be an issue for our community, and we have an opportunity to work with the developer, acknowledging that you're willing to pay 3 times. I believe that's what I saw. But the fact is, when you look at it costs $500,000 to build 1 unit, you're not getting many units. So I just want to be creative on how we can do that, whether it's partnering with us, partnering with a local affordable housing developer, maybe to use that lump sum to buy property to go build more units. That model's been tried. But I'm really interested in exploring ways, whether if it's beneficial to have more housing on site as part of the model. I'm willing to look at our ordinances that might inhibit that. It's a new world that we're living in, and that might be the model. So that's question 1 for us and the board, whether we could do that. And then second of all, is I'm just not interested in having a payment. I think working with a developer, an affordable housing developer, to go get some units, I think that's a discussion to have that needs to be fleshed out a little bit more. That makes a real impact to families, providing them a housing opportunity in this moment. I think it's one of the prized opportunities I'm looking at for this. So thank you.
Yeah, and we've had discussions with Mr. Anglin along those lines year and a half, 2 years ago, and connected him with a lot of housing folks, Jennifer Palmer among others, and I don't know what the results of those discussions were. I know that there weren't any shovel-ready projects waiting for funding, but I don't know, perhaps Rob wants to
Yeah,
discuss,
I mean,
'cause
just
that-
to,
a lot of work was put into that.
Absolutely, we've talked to we've talked to a lot of folks who are in the business of developing affordable housing. The lineup of their projects and our project, which is just we're not even at the EIR stage, right? So if you go to an affordable housing developer and you say, okay, what have you guys got in the pipeline? Their pipeline doesn't track our longer run process. I appreciate that those folks are the ones who need to build the units. The trick comes in is, okay, are we doing that inside a city? And if we're securing land inside a city, then the city has the jurisdiction over the affordable housing that will be built there. Well, do they want it there? Are they going to zone for it to be there? Will they give the discretionary approvals in order to construct it? Are they going to love us for tying up affordable housing sites and holding them for the county's use in exchange for their development project? They may not like that, especially if they're going through their own housing element process. So we may not make a lot of friends that way. So that's why I understand building affordable housing is expensive. It is counterintuitively more expensive than you would expect. But if it's expensive, then we need to put money towards it, and that's why we're proposing to do that. If the solution is, well, you need to go find and construct a separate affordable housing project inside a city, that brings a whole layer of complication and issues, because we're tying two jurisdictions in together to do it. That's a lot harder. And we've talked to those folks, so it's not that we haven't. What I would love to do is say, well, we've got an X number unit affordable housing project ready to go, and all we do have to do is write the check to Our Town St. Helena or Napa Valley Housing Coalition, and they're going to go build it. But lining that up with a project that still has a lot of review left to do, they can't count on us because we're not there yet, and their projects aren't really, they're a little more near-term needs.
No, I appreciate that, and I think you've illustrated some of the challenges, Mr. Anglin, about trying to be creative. There's so many things that have to align for that to get synchronized. So I appreciate that. I guess for staff, I am interested in looking at the CL zoning. I think when you look at recruitment where people are living, we import 40% of our workforce, providing them an opportunity to live a little bit closer to home, reducing vehicle miles travels. I think there's a lot of wins there. That might be a bigger policy discussion that we may want to have as a board, but I think this presents us an opportunity maybe to secure some housing on site if it makes sense. So just an area of interest for me.
Supervisor Pedroza, if I could just go back to, so we mentioned that you asked about the impediment. The impediment is that the CL zoning, the only real dwelling unit that's allowed is the commercial accessory dwelling unit. I did want to point out that, this property is governed by, just to bring it to the board's attention, by General Plan Policy AG-LU 45, which does talk about the second sentence in the policy is additional commercial uses and mixed residential commercial uses which are permitted by the existing commercial zoning of the parcel shall be permitted on that portion of the parcel zone commercial. To also follow up, and I would have to spend some time looking into it, but I know that the state has, my recollection with some of the work we've been doing on the housing element is that we need to look into it. There's been some state changes to I think commercial zones in regards to housing, but I don't want to speculate more on that just because it isn't something I have had time to research. Thank you.
Supervisor Gregory.
Thank you. One more. It prompted another question for me. But first I'll say you've got a developer who wants to do and be willing to do more housing. Our zoning's in the way. So and we control this, so I think that's what you're saying. Question, a trend in hotel development, let's say more in urban areas, is branded residences, so part of the units are fee title to a unit, and it's a hotel room when they're not using it. I'm just trying to create an inventory of tools for us today. Does our zoning allow for that flexibility?
We don't have that contemplated in our zoning, but as part of Supervisor Pedrosa's comment and exploring the CL zone and consistent with the general plan policy, it's definitely something we can look into.
Yeah, so I'm expressing my support for looking at the CL zoning and allowing us this kind of flexibility.
Yeah, I think there might be some opportunities there.
Thanks.
Supervisor Cottrell?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Anglin, and the team for being here today. I think one of the things, I mean, again, just the context of the site we're looking at to remind ourselves this has been, home to commercial uses for decades. My mom used to work at Freemark Abbey. I worked at Brava Terrace when it was Knickerbockers, and my husband washed dishes at the Freemark Abbey restaurant. So we have some history in this site. So it's important to me that we can, the county can work with your team to figure out what a solution on site is, or a potential set of solutions. So, and I'm also concerned about intensity of use at that site. This isn't a road, Lodi Lane, and an intersection that is already challenging. So I know residents and neighbors are really concerned about what's happening, what could happen there. So, I like that we're in conversation about a development agreement, because as I do a little research on those, the purpose is it gives an applicant some certainty over a period of years, and it should give the permitting jurisdiction something more than its existing land use regulations can get us. So I think that's, for our board, we should be asking for as more than that baseline from our regulations. So I just want to put that out there. I don't have I'm glad we're exploring what we could do with CL. I'm interested in a bigger housing component of this project. I am concerned that we maintain the integrity of our ag preserve, and so not creating a camel's nose under the tent type of situation is something we always want to think about. But I like the conversation and the creativity that we've heard already from Supervisors Pedrosa and Gregory. But one of the things, back to this intensity of use, water and traffic are going to be huge, important impacts that will be felt by neighbors. And so I'm glad we're having this conversation about direction for the development agreement, but there's a lot of information that we will get in the environmental analysis that I think will inform kind of what we collectively want too. So I'm a little bit, hesitant or confused about how we move forward, but also await this information from the EIR. So I think that's more a statement than a question.
Well, can I just agree with you a little bit? It's a little chicken and egg. And I feel like, the county doesn't, this isn't a criticism, this is the county's process. We come to the board with proposed terms for development agreement. The board gives direction, and then staffing goes in and with that direction negotiates with the applicant, right? So I can't get to the environmental impact report stage that would inform all of your decision making on those issues and others until we have this discussion today. I think the way that I view the process is that and maybe my client will throw a shoe at me, but you're not bound by anything today, right? You're not bound to approve the project. You're not bound by, so for talking purposes, if there were an impact in the EIR that's of particular concern, well, you either address that through a mitigation measure, or if you feel like it rises to the level of a public benefit, then you address it in a public benefit in the development agreement. And I think that that's a way where those two needs, right, our need to get some feedback from the board so we can start negotiating with county staff on what the board would like to see, and the need to have an informed EIR that can only happen after we do what we're doing today. I think that's the way those two things can come together.
Thank you. I guess I still question that we I'd like to talk about some flexibility in the process, because I do think it would be interesting to understand more of the impacts before we commit. And I know today is committing to terms in the development agreement, but it's, I'd like to have more information from the environmental analysis. And particularly, you know, again, when I met with your team, you talked about how this is not intensifying the use on the sites. And so to unpack that a little bit and understand, does that mean, you know, the water use is staying the same or decreasing, the traffic impact is staying the same or decreasing? And here we have an interesting situation of guests and staff who will be crossing Lodi Lane, which I have no idea how to wrap our heads around what that impact looks like. So I guess I'm looking for more information on impacts as we have the development agreement conversation as well. And then to just keep going through my list, looking at this, the public benefit, you know, the Vine Trail and shelter easements, I appreciate that you guys did that. I will made those donations. I will note that I think there are 15 easements from St. Helena to Calistoga, and 12 of those were donated by other landowners. So lots of the Inn at the Abbey's neighbors have been donating their easements as well, and not necessarily getting a benefit in return. So that is a public benefit. How much that counts. So I don't know if we have numbers on how you're valuing that easement, because there's also this ask for the fee credit as well.
Well, the fee credit ask was at a time when the county was contemplating a transportation impact fee. You know, I have not seen that discussion develop. You know, I think that's, you know, it's a fair point, Supervisor Cottrell. A lot of my clients donated Vine Trail easements. I worked on a whole bunch of them up and down the line. I guess we note it just to show that we're not trying to take credit after it. The reason why we note it is because we proposed it and we didn't withhold it. And so it's context, what the board feels like in terms of how much of a public benefit. I don't think there's a mathematical formula for that. That's kind of that's up to every board member on how much they feel like that weighs in their calculation.
Got it. Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have at this point.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions. You know, I do see from the proposed terms of benefit for the applicant regarding the historical vested wastewater treatment, and we've heard a little bit about water already, and we've received public comments of concerns. So I'm hoping if you can kind of lay out for us in terms of water usage, historical water usage, what type of on-site mitigations you're going to have for water usage.
Right. So I think it's important. Well, first of all, the items that are listed that are described as items benefiting the applicant, there's a couple in there, right? There's the parking that was recognized as associated with the Freemark Abbey commercial zone lands. That's already recognized. It's approved in a use permit. That's an existing entitlement. I think our goal in putting that forward in there is to show, hey, we're going to continue relying on that for this project, right? We can use it today for commercial, you know, the restaurants and the other things, but we're wanting to show that that is a continued reliance on that existing entitlement. On the south side, there is a septic leach field that serves the commercial strip. I think I can't forget, it's called the Dozen Vintners or something when Mr. Allenbaugh owned it. But so we're going to continue to use that footprint because it's on AW lands, but that wastewater system is established and legal and serves a commercial use. But we're not expanding the footprint of that. So but we wanted to be clear that that's what we're doing. Similarly, just to touch on this, which is, you didn't ask about this, but when we talk about having hotel guests visit this agriculture area, we're not trying to change what we're doing on agricultural lands, but we want to be really clear that we're going to have a really nice agricultural operation there. It will look a lot better than it does today. Jackson family has done a similar culinary garden in Sonoma County. It's beautiful. But we would like our hotel guests to legally be allowed to walk through it. And so we don't want to have future discussions and misunderstandings. Now, they won't be able to do anything that they couldn't do on any other agricultural land. It's going to be the same. But we just want to be really upfront and clear about that aspect. So as to the water use, we have a water availability analysis that's submitted. It will be studied in the EIR, so this subject will be discussed in great detail. Part of our water supply comes from the city of St. Helena through an existing water agreement that serves what we call the north parcel. Those are the parcels that are north of Lodi Lane. That existing agreement is recorded against the property. It does not benefit the south side of Lodi Lane, and we know this. The demand for the south side will be served with groundwater. There's an existing public water system on the south side with a well. There's a 5-unit hotel approved there now, in addition to the commercial zone, and then we have those residential units there. So we already have that water system established on that south portion of Lodi Lane. So we're using multiple water sources, and so when we say in meetings, when you look at all of the entitlements that the property has, 2 restaurants, commercial, a commercial, I don't know what to call it. It's not necessarily a strip mall, but a commercial center, 5-unit hotel on the south parcel. When you look at all of those traffic and water uses, this hotel will use less water than that, and it will generate less traffic than all of those uses would be. So we're comparing what we're proposing versus the entitled baseline, or the entitlements that are there on the property at this commercial site that was home to the Herd Candle Factory, St. Helena Brewing, a bunch of different restaurants. I hadn't heard about Knickerbockers, but it sounds like it was fun. So all of those issues will and must be addressed in the EIR. The city of St. Helena is watching what we're doing, and they're very interested, and we know it. When we submitted the application, I reached out to City Manager Mark Presswich. We talked to the mayor at the time, the city council members at the time. Now that the project is, after a pretty long pause, the project is kind of starting to, go through more process. I've contacted the city manager and the new public works director. We are happy to talk about, their concerns as a water supplier to the site. We are not looking for them to supply any additional water other than what is agreed to in the water agreement.
So just to clarify, so given the existing allowable uses and the baseline on the south parcel, the real increase then comes from the additional 6 guest rooms, correct? Because your proposal has 11 guest rooms. You're saying 5 are permitted.
Oh yeah, I guess if you did the math that way, yeah.
So it's 6. The housing that is currently on site is already supported by groundwater.
A part of it is not. So of the 6 units that are on the south parcel, 5 of those units, which are recognized in the certificate of extent of legal nonconformity, they are on groundwater. The residence that is closer to 29 is on a domestic City of St. Helena connection.
So what?
Which is separate and apart from the water agreement on the north parcel, right? It's just a domestic City of St. Helena connection, which happens from time to time. The city of Napa has those, and other properties along a water line. When cities got permission to come through and put the water line through properties, oftentimes they offered domestic connections, and those wouldn't be approved today, I don't think. But they exist. The city of Napa has a ton going down 29 in the Oakville area. But that's where that one residence is, just for complete, full disclosure.
Lucky you. This sounds like a bar exam.
It feels like one a little bit.
Yeah, it's feeling like it. There's some flashbacks I'm having here right now. Okay, I see no other questions from the board right now. We're not done with you. I'm going to let you take a seat for a bit, and I'm going to open public comment, and then we'll have you back up because I'm sure there'll be more.
Fair enough. Thank you, Chair.
I'll open public comment on this item. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes and only within the scope of what is being proposed today, and that is proposed terms for the development agreement.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Chuck Shinneman, 134 Acacia Avenue in Napa. I'm a member of the Housing Coalition. I've spoken to the supervisors in the past, as well as the County Planning Commission, talking about the issue of hotels as well as wine tasting situations where we keep talking about issues of traffic and housing and all the rest, and we never seem to quite get solutions to those. There's so much of it is all ad hoc that I happened to be here years ago when the project over at the old Red Hen, literally the proponents went out in the hallway and negotiated an agreement to do that housing there. And it's happening not just in the county, it's happening in the cities as well. Everything seems to be very, very ad hoc. I recognize that what the Jackson family is proposing, and I'm also applauding they've had the wisdom to hire a guy who is part of our community, and Rob Anglin, who is a thoughtful guy, and I'm very happy to see that. Our dilemma is that what we see as the coalition is the proposals that are before you are still woefully inadequate given the impacts that were created. We are not experts in coming up with those numbers, and what I have given to you and to staff is outlines done in the city of Napa, done by some economic studies showing that roughly half of the housing coming to a typical hotel qualifies for affordable housing at 80% of AMI or lower, and just using the numbers from the studies that we've seen before, that the Jackson family proposal there would require somewhere between 21 and 41 new housing units, again, roughly half of those affordable. But we did ask that some kind of study be done as part of the proposal. We don't know if that's being done as part of the EIR or not. But what I am hearing is there seems to be a real strong willingness on behalf of the Jackson family to try to solve some of these. Often I know that you as elected officials run into situations where the developers have no willingness to participate in trying to solve problems, and I'm very impressed that, as Mr. Anglin was saying, there's a willingness to try to solve some of this. So again, it's a dilemma. Again, everything seems to be so ad hoc. We'd love to see some more meat over time to look at not just hotels, but the winery expansion in terms of the number of employees they're having. So I'll leave it at that with my 3 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any other public comment in the boardroom? Seeing none, I'll go to the phone lines.
No one on the line.
Okay, thank you. I'll close public comment and I'll bring it back to the board. You might want to get your notepad ready, Mr. Anglin. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you. I have a few comments pretty much on each of the proposed terms with public benefit and the ones benefiting applicant. First, just wanted to weigh in on this idea of discussing CL zoning. I think, we want to be really cautious because basically in the county, these zones are all surrounded by ag. So making sure that we don't go somewhere we really don't want to go in terms of urbanizing those commercial limited parcels, which are mostly pretty small. The one thing, though, that I think would be important to do if we do look at the CL zoning is, when the CL zoning talks about hotels and inns and bed and breakfasts, it says that there should be a maximum of 50 units in the, it doesn't say parcel, but I'm assuming that's what it means, per parcel. So I think maybe we miss the intent. We didn't really talk in the zoning code about contiguous parcels under the same ownership. So this is a case where we have 50 units on one parcel and 29 units on another, but the impact is greater than 50 units. And I don't know that that was what was contemplated when that language was written, but it's something I think to look at in the future. In terms of the public benefit, the 4 public benefits, the on-site affordable housing for employees, I see that as an applicant benefit, not necessarily a public benefit, because the plan is to make that employee housing in terms of what the language is here. In terms of the impact fees, I have to agree with Supervisor Pedrosa. It's much more important to get housing built than it is to collect the fees. Our fees are honestly woefully inadequate, and 1.5 sounds like a lot of money. That, you know, is 2.5 to 3 units maybe. If what we have to use right now is a fee, I would suggest at least doubling that. And I would also suggest that the fee needs to be paid at the start, that there isn't a gap of 50% now and 50% later, because I think in working with our housing and homeless department, it would be very important to have the money up front and not be waiting however long it takes for the project to be completed. That could be many years. The Vine Trail easement, great. Number 4, improve south parcel agricultural lands to productive agricultural use. I'm not really clear as to why this would need to be in a development agreement. That is, if you have an ag parcel, you can use it for an ag use. There's no reason to, I don't think, unless you can tell me as to why to include it in a development agreement. Additionally, the farm to table experience, which basically this parcel would be used for a garden for the hotel restaurant. I see that as an applicant benefit, not a public benefit. Then when we go to applicant proposed terms benefiting applicant, number 3, the fee credit against any future enacted transportation impact fee in an amount equal to value of Vine Trail easements. I think we've heard we're not really sure what the Vine Trail easements are worth, but in addition to that, I think it's really hard for us to agree to something that we don't have yet. So we have no transportation impact fee. We don't have any idea what that would look like. And my guess is the Vine Trail is probably not going to substantially affect the VMT in this area, serving all these commercial uses. And number 5, allow hotel guests to tour the model agricultural operations. I wanted to ask a question there. I would assume it says activities of tour guests limited to uses allowed under definition of agriculture. So I don't know if this is in some way associated with the winery, because if it is in any way, then it would be obviously include marketing. But I think that got answered by Mr. Anglin in terms of it just kind of the strict ag zoning. The other thing I wanted to mention is that it was brought up that the applicant is comparing entitled uses versus proposed, but we also know that when the EIR is done, it is our practice to that the CEQA baseline is the current use, not the entitled use. So I think it's just important that we remember in all phases that we're comparing what's happening on site now versus what is proposed, not what is entitled versus what is proposed. So I think that's all the comments that I have for now. Thank you.
I'll let staff finish writing and then I'll go to the next one. Supervisor Gregory.
Thank you. Appreciate our single public commenter today, Mr. Shinneman, who I've known for a long time. And I agree with him that this stuff shouldn't be ad hoc the way it is. But that's why we do nexus studies occasionally and determine the impact of all these business sectors on the affordable housing needs of our community and apply a fee, usually, equitably across the board. That's why we do that. Lately, hospitality's been stood up as this thing that should do more, and some have done more. Great examples in the city of Napa, Meritage, who built some units, and it's a great trend. But I think anything on top of what we normally ask for is a public benefit. So whatever housing, particularly deed restricted housing we get out of this, is a public benefit. In general, we have so few CL zone lands. I just think this is an opportunity we should take to look for future revenues for the county. We always have to keep our eye on that. It's really, we worry about the carrying capacity of all these different things we do, vineyards and wineries, but this is one where CL, the universe is so limited that I feel we should take advantage of these very few zoned properties. And last, I'll just say I think we need to look at the CL zoning to allow this developer to build more housing. I don't know what the number is. That should remain to be seen, but and I don't know how that would fit. Maybe this is a comment and a question, how that fits with the project.
So I was still writing some notes here. Was the question about how I think we should, right, I think we should first look into existing housing policies at the state level. As you probably seen, from a regulatory perspective, the restrictions have been loosened a lot, and so there may be existing legislation that we can rely on that loosens the restrictions that we have at a local level in the CL district. Absent that, yeah, I don't see any reason why we can't explore how we might be able to create some more flexibility within the CL zoning district, but also do it, as Supervisor Gallagher had mentioned, in a way that doesn't have residential uses conflicting with ag. That's a good point. We want to make sure we don't create another conflict between the two.
We're going to be relatively soon, probably over the next 6 months, undertaking a lot of code changes under action items that were approved by the board and the adoption of the housing element back in January. And you know, most of those are to bring our code up to compliance with state law. So we as part of this, we'll maybe need to jump on that a little bit earlier now to kind of look at what existing rules are at the state concerning residential and commercial zoning.
Okay, Supervisor, are you done, Supervisor Gregory? Okay, Supervisor Berryessa.
Thank you. I agree a lot with what Supervisor Gregory shared. On the traffic, you know, I do want to encourage us or encourage the applicant to reach out to Napa Valley Transportation Authority. I think we have to be creative on not just assuming that everyone's going to drive their individual cars and start incentivizing, you know, the behavior and outcomes that we want to see. And there's a lot of technologies, there's a lot of new platforms where we can encourage that, maybe even condition, where it's not everyone driving their individual cars, right? So I think that's part of it. And it may mean, you know, reducing parking ratios. It may be creative on ways to encourage that outcome. So that's that. On the CO zoning, you know, we did this exercise, Mr. Bordona, I think 3 years ago, where we mapped all the CO zonings in Napa County. So I think we just got to bring that back up. If I remember, it wasn't that extensive, but we did it for another project. So that information's out there. You know, so I think we need to look at it, and I think Supervisor Gallagher is right. Whatever we do here, we need to be mindful of others. But the fact is, every community is dealing with that. You know, we want to protect ag. Monterey wants to protect the coast. Everyone wants to protect something. But yet we all talk about the pressures that affordable housing is creating in our communities. We can't have it all. And we have to be willing to make these bold decisions and make sure that we understand the impacts and mitigate the impacts. That's public policy. So I think we have an applicant here that's willing to be at the table with us. And I acknowledge that we're asking to do more. But they're willing to do more than that too. So I think that's why we have an incredible opportunity here to do something that's done with the community, addressing the concerns and making sure that we address the mitigations in a thoughtful and sustainable way. So thank you.
My question is to staff, and maybe it's actually to Ms. Palmer in the back, who's not currently a part of this discussion, but our housing fund was established in 2010. Our fees were last updated when? I'm going to go ahead and invite Ms. Palmer to answer that one for me, please. I'm looking at our code here, and I'm looking at our ordinance approved 2010 for the establishment, repealing our prior. When
Are you
were our
talking about
fees
the last time we did the Nexus study?
The last time the Nexus was
We have
updated.
not, I don't believe we've done a Nexus study in the last 5 years. Brian and I were looking at that just a couple months ago. I think it's been 6 or 7 years since we've done the full Nexus study.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Okay, so I see a couple of, I'm going to go say timing. We have a very interesting scenario here from a timing perspective. You need some answers from us to do the EIR, but some people want the EIR to be able to tell you what we want to do. And then here we are with having lost 30 years of our unincorporated housing stock for fires, having an old housing nexus study, and working off a housing impact fee program that really hasn't contemplated this, to the credit of our public commenter, Mr. Shinneman. We just keep on trying to make do with what we've got. So I'm gonna start with I'm gonna go ahead and start with the housing. That's what we've been talking about. I applaud the family for wanting to incorporate housing here. I'm a little stuck. I get it, this is commercial, but where the existing housing is at is non-conforming on an AW parcel, correct? Extending commercial is not the right move here, and to look at increasing housing in a commercial zoning when the housing is already on an AW parcel doesn't get us there. So I've heard everyone's side here, and I'm gonna say I don't think that looking at additional housing within the project itself is necessarily going to be the best move for us, because it's going to require us to look at the AW parcel for extension of a CL parcel, which is not, I don't think, where anyone wants to go with this. Because what I heard on this side was relooking at the CL designation, the commercial limited designation on zoning. And what I heard on this side was we're all surrounded by AP and AW, so let's be cautious here. That said, I'm going to go ahead and say I appreciate the 3 times the housing impact fee value, but when I came to the board, one key was costing us under $500,000. I think we had one key that was at $432,000. We've had some keys that have cost us upwards of $800,000 for a unit. I do not feel that the fee is necessarily going to get us where we need to be. I'm not saying that how would I say, that's on us. Our fee is not reflective of our current market conditions. It has no inflation in there. It has no COVID adjustment. It has no the world stopped adjustment, and it has no we've experienced 2 incredibly devastating fire seasons adjustment in there, that I would imagine if we were to go and do this study again, it would be a lot bigger. So I'm gonna go ahead and say, and I hope I see lights light up, that that this should be turned in not into a dollar figure, but into a commitment of units, a commitment of units that works with the county for the next available shovel ready. Understanding there's a timeline procedure in this, but units, in addition to what you're doing on site for your employees, actual units is going to be what benefits this community. And I think that taking it outside of this project and within a municipal area is more consistent with connectivity and resources and transportation and what we want to be able to offer, as opposed to trying to squeeze something into a rural area that is not even going to have a sidewalk to get someone to a grocery store. So I would just, I'm going to put that out there and hope that I see lights light up and you can tell me what you think. Next, on the Vine Trail shelter easements, again, I think this is on us. I very much appreciate the offer and the acknowledgement of the timeline, because we were headed on a traffic impact fee program. And again, our world stopped and we got off track from that. But I think that there is definitely a community recognition for what you have done, but I don't think that that necessarily is a dollar figure that enters this conversation. What I do see, and that I would like the family to consider in terms of this, we went through a very large exercise here in terms of what is this segment of the Vine Trail going to allow, because it is in fact in agricultural lands. And you know, we had to talk about scooters, remember, Supervisor Pedrosa, and how we don't want you on a scooter on the Vine Trail. And I think we have an opportunity consistent with the family's sustainability goals in your other projects. If you can look at e-bike support into this area, say e-bike charging stations, working with the Bicycle Coalition. We know e-bikes are on the Vine Trail. I get passed by them all the time. I am personally powered. But that being a trend that is going on, I would certainly encourage the family to look at working with the Napa Bike Coalition of what that might look like to be supportive, as we know this is going to be a long stretch, 48 miles, Calistoga to Vallejo. The next one and I guess I'm going to ask for clarification as to why this is here. And it's funny that Supervisor Gallagher said, I think this is your benefit, not our benefit. But the way I read this is that the recognition of allowing the hotel guests to be able to go into the agricultural lands that will be farmed for use at the hotel for farm to table is because the hotel guests are a commercial use that would be coming into an agricultural zone parcel that is not even accessory to the agricultural parcel, but is its own separate commercial use to the hotel. Am I getting this right? Yes, please. Is that why you're asking for it?
Honestly, it's mostly so that we don't get a letter from Mr. Judici saying that your hotel guests are walking across the parcel line visiting this property. If you know, so take another example, or just think about it in a different way. Instead of me driving up there and parking at a you know, there's the strawberry place on the trail, right? I stop in there, I get strawberries with my kids. Instead of me doing that, I'm walking from my hotel room to do that. Same thing. So to Supervisor Gallagher's, I think you kind of framed it really well. It's not accessory to the winery. That's not what this is about. This is it's going to be an agricultural use. You know, I actually honestly didn't expect to talk about it this much, but it's an agricultural use, and instead of me driving to it, I can walk to it from my hotel, and that's it. So you know, I take the point. That would be nice for our guests for sure. So you know, in that sense, It is a public benefit. It's also agriculture, and it probably won't just be vines, right? It'll be a different kind of agriculture. And we like to see that in Napa County every time the crop report comes out. It's mostly grapes, but there's some other stuff, and I like to find the cool stuff that's in there. And so we'd like to do some cool stuff there, and I think that's, it benefits us, it benefits the community as well. So that's kind of the clarification on that, if that's helpful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, that is. So to that point, now I'll transition over to transportation. I agree with Supervisor Pedrosa. I think we need to make sure that this incorporates Napa, NVTA, Napa Valley Transportation Authority. I think we need to be very careful in this intersection and look at doing things that are a bit more innovative and alerting to pedestrian movement. I am nervous about this. I'm going to just say that the movement between north and south makes me incredibly nervous, especially understanding just the loads on that road of existing uses. So I would hope that we look at those more creative things, those lighted signs that we just included in Coombsville, that we look at better types of ingress and egress and the widening itself of that area that allows for a clearer view. And I would hope that we also, from the interior part and the use of the project, that you look at timing as a consideration, and also lighting in that area as a consideration, with respect that you are mostly surrounded in an agricultural zone, so don't be all spotlighting and Hollywooding it on us, but really be cognizant of the fact that that mobility is going to need additional lighting and safety concerns. And next, what I don't see anything of that I would hope that there is some consideration of, and that is just more general sustainability practices. Yes, solar is great. Water reuse is great. I want to see those. I want to see that projects that have that draw the attention in terms of the impacts that they have on our natural resources are actually mitigating those on site to the extent possible, which I know is consistent with the family's overall practices, and you do that. But I don't see that present in here. And I would like to be able to at least know more, what is the family committed to. When I think about these projects, things that come to mind, zero water footprint type of availability, whether that is, investing in recycled water within the project itself, or offsetting those uses that you're going to have from the city of St. Helena. Just driving up there, they're on a conserved water notice right now because of problems within their system. Looking at how you can be an active participant to help offset what that water usage, notwithstanding the fact that you have that entitlement. I recognize that. But I don't think that prevents you from wanting to do more in that area. And I'll just I'll add by saying my dad actually worked with Ann's mom at Freemark Abbey and had an office there, and I spent many a days as a little girl walking around that beautiful oak tree with Mr. Carpy on the property. And so having seen it in its state, I think we're in that same position here, just as we were with the Oak Knoll project of improvements are better than dilapidated, but I think that there is a real opportunity to be a leader in what this looks like. And so I would just ask you to really dig a little deeper when it comes to how you can produce some units as opposed to dollars. Roofs for families, is far more meaningful to me as a contribution to this community. Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I think with the goal to give direction to staff and also be able to hear from the applicant team, I think, you know, keeping it high level and this conversation about CL, you know, taking a very cautious look, I don't think it hurts to look at that. I think Supervisor Gallagher, you framed it very well. So, but we have to be as creative as we can be. So, understanding that we don't want to be urbanizing anything in the area. So, just in general, more housing, less water, and I tie that back to our GSP, where we have a basin-wide goal of a voluntary 10% reduction of groundwater use. This project involves some groundwater, so being able to see that, I think that ties into some of what Supervisor Ramos was just talking about in terms of water use. And Supervisor Pedrosa's point, you know, creativity on traffic management, I think seeing some more of that would be great. And then, again, I mentioned the groundwater sustainability plan, which we're continuing to roll out. Our climate action plan, we have not even started yet, but we know that that's going to be something that we will ask all of our residents and businesses to be a part of. And so, as has been pointed out, you know, Jackson Family is known for having, you know, strong sustainability principles, and so being able to pull some of those into action items in this development agreement, I think would be very helpful as well. And finally, I'll just point out, you know, for context, understanding that in the city of St. Helena, the Krug parcel is there. There'll be an application there for a hotel of about 52 units. I don't, you know, and for any applicant to be able to follow through with something, it has to make sense from their business perspective. But one of the things I'm concerned about with this project, as we're talking about housing and things like that, is, again, scale and intensity of use. So is 79 the right number? Is there flexibility there? That's something I'd like to ask staff to engage in a discussion about as well. And again, it's on the comparison chart, but I always think of Bartisono as a great example where they were able to build some units right on the site that makes it a kind of almost a planned development operation. So those are my thoughts at this point.
Supervisor Gregory.
Thanks. I'll wrap up my thoughts and just start with saying that I support the terms the DA presented today, with the exception of doing more on-site housing and us helping them figure out how to do it. I think there's very few projects we've seen in our time that we could say, yeah, housing on that project seems right, makes sense. Most projects are out in the hills or out in the middle of nowhere. This is close enough to the city, connected up by a Class 1 trail. This one makes sense. And I would love to see what you all can do with it. I hate to give you a number because you all need to figure out what fits. It's not a no-brainer fitting in housing with hotel. They're two different things. So respect that and not pin you down, but I would love to see what you guys can do if we offer you that flexibility. So thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, maybe I should ask staff. How are you feeling?
So I appreciate
2
this
pages of notes.
I appreciate this discussion, and I know it may not feel like it, but this was very helpful, not only for us, but particularly Rob and his team to get this feedback. We are in the infant stages of developing the details around these terms, and so the intent today wasn't to walk away with a clear set of DA terms and all of that. So this is very helpful in informing our next steps. I know you have decision-making options in your staff report. I'm getting the sense that you're choosing the one for us to come back at a later date to share with you some of our ideas in response to your comments. So we're going to do that. We're going to work with the applicant along those lines, and we will be coming back probably sometime early next year.
So procedural right now, I will ask if the board is going to come, if the board is asking for us to come back, do we continue this public hearing or do we end this? This is new for me.
I recommend you end today's public hearing.
Okay. So we'll go ahead, we'll close the public hearing and we'll, based upon what staff believes that they heard from us, I'm glad you understand what we said. I will ask for a motion directing staff to continue to work with the applicant and return to the board at a later date with an update.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Cottrell, second by Supervisor Gregory. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously, and thank you so much to the applicants. Thank you, staff. I'm going to go ahead and give our PBS staff a break for a second and invite up our Director of Housing and Homeless Services, Ms. Jennifer Palmer, to provide us a presentation on it's a repeat for Supervisor Pedroza and myself sitting on the BAFA Housing Committee, but this is really an exciting pilot project, money coming to the County of Napa, and I'll now recognize Ms. Palmer.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Ramos, members of the Board of Supervisors, Jennifer Palmer, Director of Housing and Homeless Services, and I am happy to be here providing what I think will be a short and easy presentation, specifically in comparison to the last item. So I hope this is just relaxing and enjoyable for everybody. So I'm here to talk about the $5 million competitive award the county recently received from the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority. The award is a pilot program that will take place over 4 years, and it is designed to prevent homelessness and improve long-term housing stability for extremely low-income seniors who are experiencing severe housing burden. Before I get into, so today's presentation is going to give you a little bit of an overview of the nuts and bolts of both the design of the program and the pilot as a whole, as well as the timing, and then hopefully just answer any questions that you have. But before I do that, I think there is a reason to do some special local recognition of kind of how we got to the point of receiving this competitive award. It was open to all 9 Bay Area counties, and Napa is the smallest of the 9 Bay Area counties, and this is a really huge award. So if you can bear with me for just a second, I want to just, for anybody who's listening, the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority is a regional authority that was established to focus on the housing challenges that the Bay Area is experiencing. Its governing board is made up of the MTC commissioners, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission commissioners, and the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG, Executive Committee. So that board is who designed the RFP and authorized the $5 million pilot to begin with. That timeline, and I'll say a little bit more about why the timeline matters in just a second, but the BAFA board passed the resolution establishing this pilot program on May 24th. The RFP was released on August 15th with applications due about a month later. I want to highlight this because that is an exceptionally short application window for what was an unbelievably complex grant application. In all my years of working for the county, and we submit 30 grant applications a year just for the regular funding that comes through Housing and Homeless Services, this was the most complicated. So to pull that application together in 30 days would have been impossible. But we had more than 30 days because Supervisor Pedroza, I want to thank him for championing this so early. I think the the resolution was passed by BAFA on the 24th, the very next board meeting. Supervisor Pedroza was acknowledging that this had happened and with wholehearted support, saying he wanted to see the Napa County, Napa County go after this. So that really gave our team early permission to begin to pull together partners and know that the enabling environment existed for that. The second thing that I want to acknowledge is just that we have two supervisors, both Supervisor Pedroza on MTC and Supervisor Ramos on the ABAG board, who were a part of the visionary leadership that created this pilot enabling environment to begin with. So whether or not it was awarded to Napa, for the Bay Area to be putting out a $5 million pilot program is a huge step forward. This is a first of its kind in the Bay Area. I believe it's the first of its kind in the state of California. So that kind of support from our supervisors locally for a project like this, and then to be able to bring it back to Napa is just hugely satisfying. And the last thing I want to say is for all of the supervisors, what a pleasure it is for me personally, but also for our whole team, to be able to sit before you and bring back an award like this, because we have long felt like the support that we receive to be innovative and go out and pursue these unique things has totally existed for us. So whether that is the whole person care pilot, whether it's CalAIM, whether it's Project HomeKey, now this pilot, and even our affordable accessory dwelling unit forgivable loan program, like we've been given permission to be innovative and lean into things that haven't been done before. And I think we are recognized certainly across our Bay Area partners, but even across the state of California, particularly with our ADU program, as being truly innovative. So this award is extremely satisfying because it feels like a real partnership, not just with the partners who I'm going to talk about put together this application, but also literally with our policymakers here locally. So thank you. Okay, so now if we could go to the next slide, what I want to do is just talk for a minute about how the BAFA board designed this pilot, how we responded to that design with our proposal, and what the timing is going to look like. So to start with, the why, the need for prevention. In the Bay Area, the regional point-in-time count across the 9 Bay Area counties is just shy of 40,000 individuals experiencing homelessness on a single night in January last year. Of that, Napa had about 500 of that count. So compared to that huge scale, our numbers are pretty small. On a per capita, we're not terribly dissimilar from most of our counties. We just have a much smaller population size. The at-risk number, which is not counted in the point-in-time count, is estimated to be 10 to 15 times whatever the community's point-in-time count is. So those are people who are hanging on by the skin of their fingernails to staying in their houses. That's become increasingly difficult as inflation is making the cost of food, utilities, everything else go up. Among older adults, the most common triggering events for an episode, an experience of homelessness, is a financial crisis, meaning their retirement just simply has not kept pace and they have no other income streams, or a one-time or reoccurring medical event. So medical bills have become increasingly expensive. And then seniors are the fastest growing population of individuals experiencing homelessness. The 100%, more than 100% increase is seen across all 9 Bay Area counties. I do want to say one word about what is a triggering event versus a root cause for homelessness. And I want to say this because there are a lot of misunderstandings about what causes homelessness versus what are the triggering events to cause someone to fall into homelessness. The easiest example that I can give to this is musical chairs. So we have 3 affordable housing units for every 10 individuals who need a unit of affordable housing. So if you can imagine, we're doing musical chairs and there are 10 of us walking around and there are 3 chairs. The music stops. The 3 people who are going to get to those chairs are going to be the most able-bodied, fit, and young individuals because they can hustle, they can get there, they're just physically less challenged. The other 7 are going to be anybody with a disability and the elderly, just simply because they can't move as fast. So the root cause of homelessness is a lack of housing units. The triggering events that cause people to fall into homelessness are things like co-occurring disorders, disabilities, or simply aging and losing pace with the financial market. So the seniors who are falling in, their triggering event, very different from what would be the root cause. So with that, a pilot focused on prevention is looking at what is the return on investment for communities to keep vulnerable individuals housed where they are, rather than have them fall into homelessness and all the work that it takes to get folks back into stable housing. So a lot of what we do in homeless services is getting folks ready to get back into housing, keeping them temporarily housed in the emergency shelter, and then finding units. That is a very expensive proposition. We're really good at it, and our numbers get better every year, but it's not the best use of money. The best use, the least expensive investment we can make is just helping people hang on to where they are. So this is a chance for us to demonstrate that with funding that is available at a regional level, meaning it's not an ask of the general fund to do that. So absolutely worthwhile in going after these funds. The program goals are obviously prevention of homelessness for extremely low income seniors. The other thing that BAFA really wants to do, and in the design proposal, there's a lot of learning baked into this. So we will have 2 advisory commissions made up of individuals with lived experience and social service providers who are regularly providing input over the course of the 4 years, not just to us, but also to the BAFA staff, with the end goal being our program is designing a blueprint for all other Bay Area counties. So we will have manuals, we will have forms, we're going to build an online application portal, we're going to do all of those things, and we're going to document all of those things so that other communities don't have to reinvent the wheel, that we're going to invent the wheel and then we're going to share it with everybody, and that's baked into the part of this proposal. The program elements are really equity-focused outreach and engagement, meaning we are trying to reach the folks who aren't reached right now. All the data shows that if you're readily able to connect to this resource, you're probably the least needing of it. And so we know we have a limited English proficiency, extremely low income population throughout our very rural county. And this program will be designed to find those folks. So that's going to be a huge part of the early effort. The intervention is 48 months of rental assistance, somewhere between $500 and $800 a month for the individuals who are enrolled. And then the other major thrust of this is for us to, over the course of the 4 years, figure out how we remove as many of the administrative barriers that we possibly can to make this as efficient as possible, not only for everybody who gets enrolled, like the actual humans at the center of the project, but also the case managers and support. A lot of times these programs have huge administrative burdens on what would otherwise be small nonprofits. So our goal, and the county as the administrative entity, is really to figure out, to use our experience at being administrators and not service providers, to figure out how we make it easier and easier over the course of the 4 years. So if we could go to the next slide. So that was kind of how BAFA envisioned this. What I have up here is the graphic that we submitted as part of our application showing how we envision this working. And when I say that as of early June, when we first heard about the RFP that was due out in August, we began to convene with all of the community partners who have been a part of emergency rental assistance, which I will say Napa has quite a level of expertise in, going back to the 2017 fires, when we first had to really quickly roll out rental assistance and emergency financial aid. So Up Valley Family Center, On the Move, Napa Valley Community Foundation, Fair Housing, HHSA, our team, all immediately at the table to talk about how do we put together a proposal. These are folks who've worked together for a really long time, so it was also a pleasure to bring people together and to say at the start, we've got this crazy grant that we have to respond to in a really short period of time, and it's going to take a lot of trust. Like, we're not going to have worked out all the financial agreements. We're not going to have MOUs in place before we submit this application, and we're just going to have some handshakes to figure out how we do it. And to a person, everybody sitting around the room was like, all right, let's do it. How do we put it together? So what you're seeing here is our program design. So if you've seen any of my presentations, you know I love color and I love graphics. So the yellow pieces of this are the parts that we as county staff, this is our administrative entity side of things. We're going to be the grant entity lead, which means we take in all the money. We're going to be responsible for all the contracts. We're going to process all the rental payments. We're going to be the primary partners with BAFA as an organization. So we as backbone to the effort are going to have a counterpart at BAFA and keep communication flowing. We're also going to support the Eligibility and Subsidy Advisory Committee and the Equity and Lived Experience advisory. Both of these are mandatory components of the grant, and both will have individuals with lived experience and also community members who are a part of it. And then we've also brought in our public health partners to envision how we're going to do an epidemiological evaluation of the project. So really not only looking at what are the financial outcomes from it, but what changed for the individuals who are enrolled as far as their sense of their personal health and well-being, so that we can really talk about what does it mean when communities do a project like this. How do we quantify the DEIB benefit for this? How do people feel more connected to their community? How do they feel safer? Then going to the orange and blue sections, these are things that are going to happen really early in the pilot. This is outreach and the application and enrollment portion. These are two functions that are really critical to the success of the pilot, but they're almost one time. They're like going to be in the first 6 months of the pilot. And we have different partners for outreach versus who's going to do application and enrollment support, and different contract structures for those. And then the green is really the thrust of the program. And you'll see that the client is really at the center. The intent of our program design was to be as human-centered as possible and think about how do we make this easy for the folks who need the help, so that we are reaching them where they are through a trusted advisor who is providing all of the application support that they need. So if they have no computer fluency and this is going to be an online application, we're paying staff who are going to help them fill out their application, submit all the paperwork, and then stick with them over the course of their enrollment. So every enrolled individual in the program is going to have a case manager assigned to them. That case manager is going to be with them at least once a month, checking in to see not only did we get your rental payment made, do you have any issues with your landlord that we need to iron out, but also are you eligible for benefits that you're not currently enrolled in? There's a lot changing in the medical landscape right now. Medi-Cal benefits are going to be available for undocumented individuals pretty shortly. We want to make sure that every one of our clients is getting all the assistance they need with that too. So those case managers are going to do more than just the housing support. They're going to provide a whole level of wraparound social support to keep those folks housed, because that's the other essential component of keeping really vulnerable individuals where they are at. And what we know is a lot of folks are eligible for benefits that they are not taking advantage of simply because the process is so cumbersome to apply. So we want them to have kind of a team working on their behalf to remove some of those complexities. So the other thing I want to say about timeline. In the yellow section, this is going to be the first 6 months of the work. So I've already, as soon as this announcement went out, I've already had people calling to say, how do I apply? Where's my rental assistance? We can't wait to have all of those answers, but we have to sign the contract first. So I will be back probably in January with a contract for the board to approve. And then we need about 6 months to put all the systems in place. So we're going to design an online portal. We have to establish the advisory committees. We're going to work with our auditor controller and figure out how we're going to do the rental payments. We need all of these things, and we just need a short, it's going to be an absolute sprint, but we do need we need 6 months to do that. So yellow is 6 months. After that, orange, blue, and green are going to take place over the following 4 years. We expect to serve 120 to 150 individuals at a time, like at any one time. That's how many are going to be enrolled. And over the course of the 4 years, we expect that to be around 250 to 300 individuals. The reason for the range there is not everybody's going to need the same amount of assistance. So we can't quite, sort of like the ADU program, we can't quite know what people want to build. We can't quite know what people are going to need here. So it's a bit of a range. And then just to define terms, the extremely low income, that is an actual HCD term. That means you are earning 30 to 50% of area median income, so really low economic threshold. And then severely rent burdened, also an HCD term. Severely rent burdened means more than 70% of your income is being spent on your housing. Believe it or not, that combination, extremely low income, severely rent burdened, we believe we have more than 250 households right now in Napa who are living under those conditions. So we will likely have more folks eligible for the program than we can enroll. And so part of what's going to happen in that yellow section is we're going to work with folks with lived experience and the people who serve those individuals to figure out how do we determine who is eligible and enrolled and what exactly that criteria looks like. If we can go to the next slide, this is just a quick look at the org chart that is kind of equivalent to those colors on the last slide. These are all the human beings that are involved in it, and I won't go through all of these individual positions. I do just want to highlight the partners that were at the table as core program design and delivery partners. Those are Calabria Care, Fair Housing Napa Valley, Up Valley Family Center, Health and Human Services for the county, the Napa County Recovery Center, which is a jointly funded project through On the Move and the Napa Valley Community Foundation, and then On the Move. Not shown on here is the Napa Valley Community Foundation. I want to highlight them as a service delivery partner, not because they are going to actually be providing the service, but because since 2017, they have been the ones to fund all of the positions providing emergency rental assistance in the Valley following every one of our disasters. And so it's because they've done that funding that we have the capacity that exists to really be able to position ourselves to apply for this aid. So we are leveraging investments that the Community Foundation has made going back 6 years in order to be able to really compete for these funds. Okay, and then we can go to the final slide. And this is just to share a little bit of the data that we shared during our interview. So we submitted the grant application. We were selected as one of the finalists, and we had a pretty intensive interview where all of the partners were together, and we were answering why Napa. And I think we have a really great case for why Napa, and so just wanted to close with this. First and foremost, I want to touch back on the enabling environment. This isn't any one of the 1 through 4, but Napa really does have a unique level of support. We're sort of the envy of a lot of our partners in other counties, that our supervisors and our Napa City Council have really given permission for the housing staff to be innovative. And so that, first and foremost, I think is really what gave not only our team, but also our community partners faith that we were going to put together a really great application and it was going to have the support that it needed internally to be submitted. So beyond that, the case for Napa, we have a significantly higher rate of older adults than the statewide rate. So we skew older. Lots of people come here to retire, and that comes with a lot of other challenges. So we have a really high population rate. Napa County has had the highest number of recent disasters in the state. I know we know this, but I think the data point is really important here. Between 2011 and 2021, there were 25 federally declared disasters in the state of California. 9 of them occurred in Napa. We have the highest number of any county in the state of California. This is, to all of us who have lived through that, that feels right. It also is in this interesting way, it's created a level of expertise and connection among community partners that does position us to do something like this really well. So the partners who came together, we've been in the trenches with one another going back 7, 8, 9 years. There's an enormous amount of trust that exists there, and that is part of what gets Napa to be really competitive, to be able to leverage that experience and get partners to really come together and know which entity has which experience and that we are better as a whole together. The third is that philanthropic aid in Napa County is significantly lower per capita. This was a staggering statistic, that we are $812 per person compared to some of our Bay Area counties that are $11,000 per person. We are the lowest among the Bay Area counties. So the case to say that philanthropic or grant money like this belongs in Napa because we need to be equitable about where those funds go meant a lot to the reviewers for the grant. And finally, just to end with, I think what Chris De Natale was touching on in his comments and his public comments earlier on, that innovation moves at the speed of trust, that the kind of trust that exists among communities that have really dealt with disaster and had to find in the fabric of their being the kind of resilience that Napa County has, creates the relationships and the partnerships that make things like this possible. So with that, I will stop for any questions that we have, and just want to thank again the supervisors for the opportunity to apply for it, and very proud to bring this back.
Thank you. And I know we were incredibly proud to be in that meeting, knowing this was coming back to us. Just one comment. I really do love the epidemiological survey. I got that right. That is going to result from this. And what I'm going to suggest is that we really look at the 5 pillars within the state's master plan on aging, of which this actually meets 4 of those pillars, because that's one of the things that the state is doing, is really themselves also set out these goals of affordability for housing, for senior stability, health initiatives, and this is part of the master plan, of which we have been through Health and Human Services involved in, because as we know, we have more aging people in place here in Napa County. So I really think if we kind of frame the epidemiological data that's coming in terms that it is going to come in from other agencies as well, will serve all of us. And congratulations and great work. Supervisor Gallagher.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and it's really, really exciting to be able to create a program like this, right? The public health data, will that also include, can we also look at sort of the effect on social determinants of health in addition to the, health impacts and things like that? So just like maybe expand that a little bit more so we get more data. Do you have what you need in terms of a staff? I mean, I would imagine that part of the grant, does part of the grant cover staffing? And maybe tell us a little bit more about that.
That's a great, in the interest of trying to be brief, I didn't even touch on the financing structure for this, but so the BAFA board made $5 million available. One of the first things that we did with those community partners in the design meeting was look at, okay, what does the staffing model need to look like? So how many case managers, what's the client to case manager ratio, what kind of admin needs to be in place, and came up with a total number. And the $5 million was going to be more than 50% eaten up with those costs, which we didn't want to do, because the hardest money to get your hands on is the rental assistance money. So we all, across all of the partners there, took a look at what are the funding sources that we have, and this is where, again, Community Foundation comes in. Who's funding what? Who can commit to continuing to fund what? And what other funding sources do we have that we could braid in here? So in addition to the $5 million that we're receiving from BAFA, we have a commitment among those partners of an additional $1.6 million, and that's largely what's going to fund the admin side of it and a little bit of the case management that's going along with that too. So yes, baked into the proposal, we did envision, because these things are a huge lift, and we've got to be able to sustain this for 4.5 years. And to that end, I think there's an item that's going to be coming back to you through HR, where we are going to be hiring 1 more staff for our team who will be wholly dedicated to this. And we're already starting to work on the MOUs with all of the partners to get them to be able to hire their staff. So this is a net add for every one of the partners, but it's all funded through either the grant funds or the braided funds that are coming in.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair. And Jennifer, I just want to thank you and the team. You absolutely moved very quickly to make something happen. And look, the reward is a historic investment for our community. So, I don't want to dwell on that to happen, but I think the opportunity here is, how do we measure success? I think for Napa County, we're competing with a lot of counties that have a lot of infrastructure to tell their story. And if we want to be privileged enough to try to compete with resources in the future, we're going to have to make sure that we use this as a springboard and a storyboard to tell people how we change lives. So any idea on how you're going to be measuring this, or what type of reporting back you might do to the board?
Well, I will happily come back as often as you would like to hear about it. I will say, we are so excited to get started on this work, because, as you said, this is a historic opportunity, and it's a really unique position for Napa to get to lead this in the Bay Area. So we look forward to sharing it with other counties. We're really excited to get to the work with the advisory agencies and begin to really chew on some of the very difficult and thorny issues around equity and access to this kind of thing. So I think the storytelling component is an essential part of what we need to do. And that was part of the reason to come here today, to just get to give a presentation on what we're doing, because this is really great that Napa has gotten to compete for this and that we were awarded it, and it's going to be terrific for our citizens. So I will just say I'll happily come back as often as you
No,
want.
I appreciate that. And I think also making sure that we see where we're investing, where people live, if it's in different cities, because I think, we have some council members right now that are being very focused on what's happening within their cities. We have to remember we have to be regional, right? If you're a resident in Napa County, American Canyon, St. Helena, Yountville, Calistoga, we're indifferent. We're making a difference in your lives. And I think we're just seeing a little bit more protectionist mentality, and we got to break away from that on some of these regional things. And this is Napa County bringing resources to everyone in our community. And that's our job. That's our job as leaders, to be on these regional committees, not to just go to the committees, but to actually bring resources back. And I think that's what we accomplish here. So again, just part of that storytelling, I think it's going to be critical. So again, I just appreciate everything you and your staff did and will continue to do, because the real work's about to start.
Yes.
So thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, seeing no other questions from the board, I'll open public comment. I'll close public comment. Well, I'll go to the phone line. Thank you. Now I'll close public comment, and I'll say thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And unfortunately, we are behind on time, so I apologize to staff because we are going to have to move into closed session. And what I anticipate is Supervisor Gregory's estimation of flood this afternoon, I think we'll come back at 2. Do you think we'll be done with flood at 3 by half an hour? Okay. So we'll have an estimate for staff to return for our final item of 11C at 2 o'clock. And my apologies again for that. I will now turn it over to County Council to announce our closed session items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today there's 2 items on closed session, 14A and 14B. 14A will not be heard today. Item 14B, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, and this is regarding SEIU 2015 with our negotiator, Christine Briseño.
Thank you. I'll open public comment on closed session items just announced. None in the boardroom, any on the phone line? No one on the line. I will go ahead and I will close public comment, and we will recess into closed session. Thank you.
can drag it out.
Recording in progress.
I've stopped worrying. All right, we're ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll call this meeting of the Flood Control and Water Conservation District to order. Roll call, please.
Director Doran.
Here.
Director Gallagher.
Here.
Director Garcia.
Here.
Director Lopez Ortega.
Here.
Director Moeller is excused. Director Painter.
Here.
Director Pedrosa is excused. Director Ramos.
Here.
Vice Chair Sedgley.
Here.
Oh, did I say Director Cottrell?
Here.
And Chair Gregory.
Here. Thank you. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. One set of minutes today to approve. First, I'll ask if there's any public comment. I don't see anybody in the room. Anybody on the phones?
No, there's not.
All right, thanks. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved, Garcia.
Thank you.
Second, Sedgley.
Motion by Director Garcia, second by Vice Chair Sedgley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. All right, we'll jump on down to public comment. This is a comment on anything within our purview, but not on our agenda today. Again, I don't see anybody in the room, and I'm expecting nobody on the phone either.
We don't have phone lines.
No. Okay. Close public comment for today, and we'll go on to our admin items. Start with 8A, and I'll look to District Engineer Rick Thomaser.
District Manager.
District Manager, sorry.
I'm a geologist. We don't have a district geologist.
You didn't have to admit that.
I know, exactly. I don't want to take credit for anything that I don't have, but okay, so what am I doing? So yes, the first admin item there is just a modification to our bylaws to allow us a little bit more flexibility in choosing meeting calendars for each year. Basically, the way the bylaws were written, it was fairly prescriptive that it was on a Tuesday that was a Board of Supervisors Tuesday, and the time of the meeting was set. The next item that we'll go into is the adoption of the calendar, but there's some thoughts that we'd like to have some more flexibility on meeting times and days. So that is our request, just to make the the choosing of the meeting date more flexible.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Not seeing any. Scanning the room, still no public in the room. And you guys will let me know if there's somebody on the phones? Nobody on the phones, okay. All right, is there a motion to approve? Thank you. Motion by Director Pedrosa, second by Director Painter. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. I guess the district manager will just roll on along.
Yes, he will. So, with that, thank you for that change. So now we are asking your adoption of a calendar for 2024. And there was a request to have this meeting be done on non-Board of Supervisor Tuesdays. So I think there's giving more time for the meeting and not having it in the middle of, say, the Board of Supervisors meetings if those meetings went long. And so we've come up with a proposed calendar that's in your packet for, there's still, board meetings would still be done on Tuesdays, and we did a canvassing of mostly the mayors, our directors that are mayors and council members, and to see what their preference was on meeting times. And there was a general desire to move the meeting to 9 a.m. on Tuesdays. Predominantly to help the Up Valley mayors, not have this be in the middle of their day, having to come down here. So that was the request, and so with that, what we'd like is your approval of the proposed calendar, which shows the regular board meetings. And the only note I'll make is that in June we have to have 2 meetings for budget hearing and a budget adoption, and the first budget hearing meeting would remain at 1:30 p.m. But the budget adoption on June 18th would be at 9 a.m. So that would be our more or less our regular meeting time, 9 a.m.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, comments? Anybody? Scanning the room. There's no public. Oh, sorry. Director Gallagher.
Okay, so you did a survey of the city council members?
We did.
Okay, great. And I was just curious to hear from my colleagues, especially District 3 and 5, about the 9 o'clock start on the non-Board of Supervisor days. So if they wish to comment.
Director Gallagher, I appreciate that. I'm fine with the 9 a.m. because that's our board meeting start time too, so I can make that work.
I appreciate that. Any earlier would be a little stickier, but I do appreciate 9 a.m. as kids will be off to school, and I will gladly come in when summoned.
Yeah, Director Lopez Ortega.
Yeah, for me, 9 o'clock is better, so I can come early in the morning and then go back to San Cristóbal, because in the middle of the day,
Yeah.
a big day.
Good. And we do have need every now and then for a special Board of Supervisors meeting, but I assume that we could just start at 10 or something. Okay.
Well, I took one for the team because I have a standing meeting at 9 o'clock on every Tuesday with the manager and the city attorney. So we're going to adjust that calendar, so we'll make it work.
Thank you for your generosity, Director Sedgley. All right. Okay, so nobody in the room for public comment? Anybody in the lines? Phone lines? No. All right. Is there a motion to approve item 8B?
So moved.
Second.
Doring.
Motion by Director Doring, second by Director Lopez Ortega. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, 8C, which is an update on the progress of the flood control project.
I'm going to ask District Engineer Butler
Engineer
to join
Andrew
me,
Butler.
because we now have to talk about serious stuff.
Andrew Butler, District Engineer. So a short update on where we're at with the next phase of the flood control project. Recently, we started the appraisals for the Lake Park area. We have completed 20 inspections. We call them appraisal inspections. We go out there, look at the property with our appraisal consultant and talk with the landowners to see if there's anything specific that we may need to address in the appraisals to make sure we're presenting a fair offer. So we've done 20 of those so far, just in the last couple weeks, actually. They've been getting those done pretty fast. We have 6 formal offers that have gone out. No one's accepted our initial offer. We've received 3 responses that are definite no's. Some of those are going to be working on getting their own appraisals, which they're allowed to under the rules for property acquisition. We actually are required to compensate them up to $5,000 when they go get their own appraisal under certain requirements. So some folks are pursuing that. I believe since the last board meeting, we had our public environmental clearance document meeting. We distributed the initial study with that as well, so people could take a look at the things we're changing a bit from the initial design that was in the GDM for this area. We did not receive any comments from the public. We received some boilerplate comments from Caltrans and also a couple of the environmental protection agencies. I mentioned at the last meeting that we're also pursuing what's called a safety assurance review panel. It's one of the new things that the Corps has kind of implemented in their design process. These folks are going to be pretty independent. They kind of choose the things they look at. Their general guidance is to look at overall safety and risk for the project, just to see if there's anything that everyone else is kind of not taking notice of. Generally, the panel members are very experienced. A lot of the ones we're looking at have over 40 years of engineering experience, specifically a lot with Corps projects as well. So we've made some initial selections for those. We have 4 positions there. It's a civil engineer, structural engineer, hydraulics and hydrology, and geotech is the 4th one. So we're going to give those initial selections to the Corps, make sure they agree with those, and then we'll proceed with hiring those folks to start review on the 65% design, and then they'll also look at the 95 and the 100% designs as we progress those. On the design front, we are working on the 65%, and we're looking to have that distributed probably late January, early February right now. I think that's about it. I can take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Do you anticipate having to use eminent domain on some of these acquisitions?
It's hard to say right now. Obviously, we're going to keep working with folks until we absolutely have to go down that path. I wouldn't say that there's any definite eminent domain cases right now, but we haven't, like I said before, that we haven't gotten any acceptances yet. But we understand pretty much what everyone is looking for, and it seems workable, I think. Hopefully. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have an item close. Yeah, we'll have a discussion.
We do
have. So.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I don't see any more questions for you. Thank you for the update. I really appreciate it. District managers report.
I don't have anything. Our Lake Berryessa water contract was publicly noticed. We did. I don't know if I reported that we did the negotiations with district council, and that went well. We went to Folsom and met with a whole slew of federal employees, and so I think that contract will be ready for your approval in January. I think we said, yeah, it expires in February, but the renewal will be ready to sign in January.
Do you want to mention the added bonus?
Oh, the added bonus. Yes, we fought hard for this. So, normally the contract that we had in place, it was a 25-year agreement. And as an added bonus, we were actually able to bring home a 40-year agreement. So we will not have to renew that agreement for 40 years. We worked very hard for that. Actually, no.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So that's good. I think that'll help with the, some of the resorts up there that are, new investments and things like that. So it's nice to have that secured for that extra time period.
Great.
You mean the? District engineer Butler is reminding me of something else. It's sort of interesting. Is we actually have a visit next week with the Truckee River management area. It's in Nevada. They want to come and take a look at our project. They have a very, very similar flood control project that they envision doing through Reno, Sparks, and into the county area. Similar sized project, I would say. I don't know if any of you have been to downtown Reno. It's actually really nice what they've done there in the downtown reach, but this is actually to the east as it moves. The river continues into Truckee Meadows. So they have fashioned their project design on our Living River design, and they want to come and see the real thing and learn some more from us or collaborate with us or
And I think it just shows that this project is still really a standout project in the engineering community. It still gets a lot of attention for how successful it was working with the community and the Corps and what it's accomplished so far.
Yeah. Great. Yes. Good job. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any director reports or announcements? Director Garcia. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. The North Bay Watershed Association met this last week. Had a presentation. It was really great from the San Francisco Estuary Institute Aquatic Science Center. Presenter was Warner Shabak. All on the what's happening with the North Bay and the watersheds. Of course, that connects with us because we have a lot of environmental issues that would concern us with our river, particularly down in the American Canyon, also with our wetlands area. But it also ties to State Route 37 with what's going on in terms of rebuilding that road at some point in time, or the impact of rising sea level. And certainly all concerned with that. I just was over there. We had a king tide, and I'm driving on 37 down there Infineon Raceway, and looks like it might be a foot, maybe a foot and a half below the pavement at that point. So something to be concerned about when we get wet weather. Certainly moves forward locally in American Canyon with the environmental center that we're building down at the old corporate yard on the wetlands. So that's a big information piece. So I just thought I'd share that with you. It was a really good presentation.
And thank you for representing us on NBWA. Great. All right. Any board of directors future agenda items? Seeing none, I'll ask our Deputy County Counsel, Ms. Bagley, to announce our closed session.
Thank you, Chair. We'll be entering into closed session under agenda item 13A, conference with real property negotiator. This concerns properties with the assessor parcel numbers of 044-220-004, 044-220-008, and 044-220-024. Negotiating party, Richard Thomaser, Flood District Manager. And involving Suzanne Murray, trustee, 505 Lincoln Napa LLC, and Nick Paris, under negotiation of the price terms and conditions of payment regarding these parcels.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We'll jump into closed session and come back after to report out and close the meeting. We're now in closed session. All right, we're back from our closed session item. Was there any reportable action today?
There's no reportable action today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are adjourning to our next meeting, which is Tuesday, January 16th at our new time, 9 a.m. Meeting adjourned.
Recording
We can
stopped.
do coffee.
progress.
Thank you. We are now back from closed session, and at this time, I will ask County Council to report out on our closed session items.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Agenda item 14A was not considered by the board today. Agenda item 14B, conference with labor negotiators. Direction was given to our negotiator, no reportable action.
Thank you. Now for our final item of the day. We're actually going to get to it right now. I've been promising this. Feels like all day. Our next item is item 11C. The Director of Planning, Building, and Environmental Services will provide an update on the code compliance program for fiscal year 22-23. Mr. Judici from Code Compliance and Mr. Dooley from County Council are going to lead our journey.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Ramos and members of the board. Dave Judici, Chief Building Official for the county. I was going to get started with our presentation. Okay. So, I'm going to start out with what code compliance does. It's sort of an overview. That's the plan. Is we'll do an overview of the program, some highlights of what have happened in the last. I used to come up here every year. It's been a while since I've done that, so we're kind of doing a catch-up program here. And then once I'm finished with going over the program, Jason Dooley is going to go over some things that we'll be presenting to the board over the next in 2024 is the plan. So, so let me just go over what we do. So we have a number of codes that we enforce as a team. Probably the most prominent is the building compliance component. That's illegal construction, unpermitted construction that occurs in the valley. Substandard housing. So if someone has a problem with the home that they're renting, we'll go out and do inspections on that and make sure that they're meeting the minimum requirements for the health and safety code for California. And then, of course, dangerous buildings, which are dangerous buildings are usually buildings that are either been impacted by something like an event, or they're just old. They've gone they're beyond the use their usefulness, and they're falling apart. Then we have zoning compliance, use permits, which we issue all the time in the county and have issued for years. So we do the compliance with those conditions, conservation regulations. We also oversee farm labor units and the permitting of those. And then short-term rentals enforcement is a very, very common. Next slide, please. Property nuisances. This is sort of the root of code enforcement for most jurisdictions. It's the sloppy properties, you might call them, cars parked on front lawns, debris buildup, household goods in front of properties, hoarding. We handle that. And then grading and floodplain violations. Those are things that are conducted within the floodplain and floodways. And then our environmental health violations, which we often see with well and septic issues, and then also our consumer protection program. We do provide support for them on occasion. We have 5 code compliance officers currently, with 1 office assistant, and we're currently recruiting for a code compliance manager, which was my prior role. So overall, the next slide, please. Overall, we really encourage voluntary compliance. So oftentimes, you'll probably hear from constituents, by the time they get to you, we've probably exhausted ourselves trying to help them out to get them into compliance. So we do a lot of upfront education with folks. But sometimes it's really difficult to get things permitted, and with our land use policies that we have here and the strict building codes that the state of California has. So we always do an initial letter. We identify what the violation is, and then we always give a correction date, a reasonable time frame. And then we also are always available to meet and work with the person We have a policy manual that we adopted back in 2017 that the board adopted, along with standardized forms that we use on every case. So we always follow that code compliance policy and procedures manual. Oh, I did? Oh, am I up here? Team approach. Okay, well, can I just go back to the team approach one? Sorry. So we also take a team approach. We work with all departments and divisions in the county. Oftentimes we find ourselves in all sorts of different code issues that we try to work through with multiple departments. So as we have the problem-oriented policing, which are some sheriff's deputies that are assigned to the unit. They take a more neighborhood approach to policing. It's a great program. We've worked with them with that over the years. Code enforcement goes hand in hand with it when we go into neighborhoods. And oftentimes we can help the sheriffs with issues that come up in neighborhoods. And then we also work with the other divisions such as environmental health, engineering, conservation, fire. County council plays a huge role. Our district attorney on occasion, and then of course our department, building and planning. If you can go to the next slide. So that's one I already went through. Can I go to the next slide, please? Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about complaint intake. So most cases are through complaint based. We have online form that you can fill out. Some people write letters. A lot of stuff comes through email. So that's typically how most of our cases are originated. And so a lot of that is just community members. And then we do have proactive enforcement. So proactive enforcement is associated usually with health and safety. We do proactively stop projects that are under construction if they don't have a permit. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Obviously, we want to make sure that that building is being constructed in accordance with code. It also will save that person or that owner some money if they're going down the wrong road and not having engineering done on, say, the building. Once you build it, as we've experienced, it's very difficult sometimes to get buildings to comply with current code after they've been built. So it can be very costly to try to tear things apart and go back and retrofit. Let's see. And then I wanted to go over our complaint priority, which is the next slide. We break the complaints as they come in into two priorities. One's life safety related, and that'll determine our response time. If it's life safety, we usually treat buildings without permits, unsafe structures, environmental hazards as a priority one, and we will respond to those as quickly as we can. And then we have priority two, which is, maybe it's a property nuisance with a car parked on the lawn or something like that, that the neighbors are calling about. So those are priority two, and we're probably several days before we get to those. If you go to the next slide. This is a breakdown of sort of what we get here as far as complaints and cases. A majority of the work we do is in building permits. 38% of everything that we deal with is building related, and that's the illegal construction or the unpermitted work, basically. Zoning comes in second, and then we get to property nuisances. And then you can see the breakdown: grading, conservation, and then substandard buildings. Once in a while we'll get complaints on that. We seem to see more substandard buildings in the winter when folks either don't have a heater not working, or there's some problems maybe with the roof for a tenant. So we'll get involved in that. Next slide, please. Just on the permit enforcement, here's some statistics. Last year in 22-23, we had over $13.26 million worth of work done in the valley that was not permitted, that we brought in. We brought in under our cases, not that much money. It's just that's the valuation of the work. So Permit fees captured were $600,000, and then we have building investigation fees. And so that is that 4-time fee that when someone does work without a permit, they are hit with that under the California Building Code. So that's totaling $581,822 last year. Go to the next slide, please. Unpermitted construction. So here's an example of an ADU. We see a lot of little single-family homes that are constructed. And this has been sort of tricky for the staff because we're very well aware of our impending housing needs, right? And so I think there's been a stronger focus on trying to get these permitted when we do identify them. Not that I'm condoning the work, but they are important to get online if we can. So, but there's quite a few of those. We do see a lot of additions on homes, units, full houses, full main dwellings that are still occurring in the valley. And particularly in the rural areas where nobody's going to see you do it. So, just wanted to speak about that. Substandard buildings. Next slide. And this is a very common issue we'll see with wiring. People that are completely unfamiliar with how to wire a home can create a huge hazard. And these are very important things that we stay on top of if we can, because this is a fire hazard. And I don't know, a number of years ago, one of the large fires that occurred in Lake County was as a result of poorly wiring a hot tub. And that's what took out a fair amount of land up there. So it's important that we stay on top of these. The next slide, please. Substandard conditions. We thought we would throw in this photo that was taken this year of the sink bathtub combo up there in the corner. It's just kind of an interesting way to drain your sink. You notice they have the plunger there, and so that's probably been needed on occasion. And then your typical front yard, sort of, that's a good example of, cars parked in the front yard, broken windows, broken front light. The grass is overgrown a little bit. So those little things like that. And then on the next slide is an example of our creek conservation regs. This is an example of, actually this was a bridge that was failing. I'm not showing the bridge part, but this is the banks on the on north side of the bridge that obviously failed. And you can see where the fence, it's pulled back. So when we get these big rains, if debris is not managed, obviously there was a lot of debris on the edge of this bank here, and that's what's causing the failures as well. So we'll get involved in that, and that's usually, we're out there working with the Regional Water Quality Control Board and Fish and Wildlife on these issues. Next slide, please. So one of the focuses this past year or so is to really focus on our case backlog. The COVID and along with the fires really set us back a bit as far as keeping up on our cases and being able to follow through. Plus, we average about 250 to 300 cases a year that are opened up, and we have staff that's only really able to maybe close 1 to 200. We've had years where we've broken even, but it's been really difficult to try to stay up on the cases. So it's been a real focus on getting those. We've had some long-term cases closed, multiple structure one that we just finally closed, and sometimes they take 3 to 5 years or more. I think we had one case that took 10 years. We finally closed it. It just was brutal to get them across the finish line. Could you go to the next slide, please? Here's an example of a case that we closed, substandard property, before and after. As you can see, similar area shot, all cleaned up. So these are great feeling to do, and they're great for before and after photos. Next slide. And then here's, this happened some time ago. It's in Ryan Gregory's district. We had a large landslide that occurred. And so this is probably an example where we had multiple departments. We had Public Works, County Council, our engineering division, code enforcement, all working on this over a number of years. The property owner failed to correct this. This was a result of some grading that occurred below the dwelling there. If you want to go to the next slide. And this is when it's restored. So this is where we went in and actually got an abatement. We're able to abate this through the courts, go in. The board approved the repair of this this hillside. And so it was a success in the respect that we were able to get this fixed so it wasn't threatening the road below, which is the county road, which serves a lot of people up at that road. So just wanted to show that as an example. And our next slide, I wanted to talk quickly about a neighborhood improvement program that we've done over the years. This is one of the more, it's proactive. We go out, we identify some of the neighborhoods in the valley and up in Berryessa. We've got the Estates, Highlands. We go out Milton Road. There's those areas that are a little more dense that have some sort of quality neighborhood issues where people are storing materials out front. So what we do is it's a great time for the code enforcement officers to just actually go out on foot and then kind of educate, talk to the neighbors. We do door hangers if nobody's home. And it's just to create a more healthy neighborhood is really what it boils down to. We've seen it work pretty well in the past, how we've done that. We've got some areas in town also that we will go out to. But it's basic, easy stuff that they can achieve. It's not opening up a can of worms for major violations on a property. It's simple things like, the car parked, some trash that was stored in the front yard. Maybe there's some construction materials that they've been meaning to use that they haven't, So that's a great program, and we're planning on continuing that program in 2024 now that we're kind of getting our heads above the water. And with that, I did want to, the next slide, just do a quick staff appreciation to the code team. During COVID, they were the health enforcement officers, and I just wanted to recognize they did a great job. They were available 7 days a week. It was a terrible job to do. Not everybody agreed with these health orders, and they were constantly changing. And so we were out there trying to educate people on wearing masks all the way, to businesses that were operating. And it was very challenging. I can't recall a more challenging time in my career from an enforcement perspective. So I wanted to recognize that they'd done a great job with that. And then also we had the fires right in the middle of that. And so that team was a huge player in assisting the state, Cal OES, and their contractors to get the properties cleaned up. And so we basically got them put in, the back hills of this county where you had the 4-wheel drive. We would have to take these crews back there to clean up. So that was another thing that was a great thing. And getting through those cleanups, I really appreciate the team for really working towards that. So with that, I wanted to go to the next section with Jason here on role of County Council.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Ramos, members of the board. Jason Dooley, Deputy County Council, and I have the pleasure of overseeing the code enforcement team for County Council. Our role, our focus is on supporting and empowering the code enforcement team to be able to do what they do, what they've shown you. We have an advisory role in that we help with processes and procedures. We help general advice on kind of case management requests. We usually are involved only when the cases get difficult. So we often are facing the more complex cases. And then we also have a transactional role. One of the requirements in the Code Enforcement Procedures Manual is that any voluntary compliance is documented in some way. Oftentimes that's through communications between code enforcement staff and the property owners, but it can take the form of a compliance agreement, which is a more formal resolution or at least agreement to resolve compliance matters, and we assist in preparing those agreements for them. And then our kind of most prominent role is the advocacy role, and that's when matters get too difficult for our informal methods of compliance and some of our more formal ones like citations. We end up representing the department and the division in court with and that can range from obtaining inspection warrants to get court orders to allow staff to go even determine the scope of violations, to nuisance actions where we are seeking a court order to determine that the violation is a public nuisance and needs to be abated. That provides additional tools for staff to try to resolve those violations and get them into compliance, and our office plays a role in that. But like I said, our main goal is to equip and empower staff to be able to do their jobs. And so there's a lot of cases that county council has been involved in that have been resolved, and obviously we're happy with that. But we are, probably more proud of the cases that don't even come to our office, because it means that they've had the tools and the ability to reach those resolutions without resorting to more formal or official action from our office. If you go to the next slide. I do want to talk a little about ways that we want to empower staff that we plan to bring back to the board in the near future. I'm going to start in the middle, actually, with the update to fines and penalties. The state actually sets the fines and penalties for administrative fines, so for citations. There's a state statute that sets that amount, but it requires that the county adopt a resolution to establish those fines and penalties. The last time the county has adopted such a resolution was 2005, and there have been 3 or 4 updates to the state statute since that time. So we are planning actually at the next meeting on the 19th to bring forward a resolution to update the fines and penalties to reflect current state law. That there are a couple areas where there are new fines and penalties that are authorized by state law for specific types of violations. In particular, there's for event ordinance violations and for short-term rental violations. Both of those, the state has determined that the additional abatement procedures, we have a chapter in our code for that, and it's actually a very effective way to again empower staff to have abatement be done without going to court. Currently, it requires a hearing before the board, and we haven't had one, I believe, since 2014 or 15. And we've opted for other mechanisms, but we are looking at providing for a hearing officer procedure. And so that would allow those hearings to go to a hearing officer rather than to the board, and will allow staff to have those administrative hearings, which may make it less common for the county to go to court for nuisance orders. So we're looking at that. That'll be a longer term approach, and that will involve amendments to our ordinances. The other change we're looking at, Mr. Giudice mentioned the Policies and Procedures Manual, which was adopted in 2017. It's been a good way to focus the efforts of staff, but over the last 7 years, or almost 7 years, we've encountered some areas where we need to address or change those. Since they were board adopted, we would have to come to the board for any of those changes. So our approach, we are looking at the idea of kind of separating the policies and goals aspects, which is a great area for the board to establish what those goals and policies are, from the day-to-day procedures elements that are in the in this manual. For example, the manual establishes that staff will open a case in a certain software and assign it a number, and there's a lot of everyday detail in there that is, we think, more appropriate for a staff level document. And so we're looking at what approach is best as far as ensuring that the goals and priorities are clearly set forth for this board to address, but the staff is empowered to execute their duties in a way that makes sense for them. And so those are the main items that we have coming before you. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Juicy, Mr. Dooley. I will first turn to Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Juicy and Mr. Dooley. That was really helpful presentation, and I think there are a lot of tough jobs at the county, but folks who are working in code compliance and code enforcement have some of the toughest jobs, because it's that balance of trying to get folks into compliance and also, recognizing our building life and safety requirements, and also helping people who, for whatever set of reasons, need to come into compliance. So I just want to say thank you for the work, and particularly also Mr. Bordona. I think I'm on a call weekly about various questions I have from residents who are trying to figure things out. So I appreciate the time that you guys spend on that. And I'm happy to hear about the update to the policies and procedures, and I like that kind of dividing it into, the policies versus the kind of more detailed pieces, and looking forward to our participation in that, because I think getting this line right between making sure we're meeting our life and safety goals and helping folks who, for whatever reason, particularly in District 3, we've seen a lot of fire rebuild projects, those are a lot of the rural areas, Mr. Judici, that you're talking about too. And I think one of the things for residents who are needing to come into compliance, they're experiencing it as one individual with the county, and not maybe seeing the bigger picture about how there's an organized sort of scheme to help everyone comply, and things can feel targeted. And so how we make people understand this is a broad set of policies that we want everyone to comply with. So that's a message that I want to bring today. And then I appreciate the point about the outreach and education efforts, because whether we're talking, helping a residential builder get into compliance, or, a winery operation come into compliance, the more people can understand what rules we're asking to be complied with, the clearer it is for everyone. So I guess I just want to support what else we can do to help these different kinds of groups understand the rules that apply to them. So thanks for being here today.
Supervisor Gallagher.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation and all the hard work that you and your coworkers do to do the hard work of code compliance. A couple questions. First, I was just curious, do you have a plan for how to handle the backlog of cases? It sounds like really overwhelming at this point. I'm sure it is for you and your staff, and just curious what you see as the best way to make your way through all of those cases.
So one of the things we've done in the last several months is to really sit down with staff and work out sort of a work program for that. And so one of the tricks is, as a code enforcement officer, you're getting assigned cases as they come in, and we really never know how many we're going to get at any given time. So it's how you balance being the first response to those and getting those going, and then you get these cases that have been going for a while, and it's been particularly on the building permit end, it's hard to get contractors like designers, architects, to just suddenly jump on a project. So So what happens is it pushes these cases out. They can take several months before we see any sort of a permit application, and so what happens is we're not closing them out. It's very difficult to close things out when it takes sometimes a year to get the building permitted or resolve some violations. So the goal is that staff really wants to circle back. We're getting into a program where after 30, 60 days, we're going back and touching those cases and making sure they're being pushed, because what happens is that we'll see the staff have to back off, go do all these other things, and then all of a sudden 6 months goes by and nothing happens, and that case is now not being dealt with. So it's that. We're going to also evaluate staffing and how maybe we could request additional staffing to justify it to help with that backlog. But there's a couple of things where we're just going back and really looking at case management is one of the key things.
I do want to highlight one thing that he alluded to, is that some of those cases, and we have the numbers that we could get to, but some of them have permit applications in to resolve it. The cases are considered resolved once the permits are finalized, and any work that's needed to, which means any work that's needed to get them into compliance is done. So you could have a very cooperative property owner that's applied for the permits and has followed through with requests for additional information. It just hasn't gotten to the end there. And so, those are the good cases, but still might show up as part of the backlog. The other thing I wanted to mention is the administrative abatement option is focused and will help most in those cases that are in the kind of 2 to 5 year range, where it's hard to get the party to the table in the way that we need them to comply, and so the hearing process can expedite that a little. And so those are focused really on those mid-range cases that we have trouble getting to. So hopefully that, in addition to the staffing, would be a way of addressing the longer-term cases and really whittling down at that backlog.
Thank you. I had another question. Something that you didn't go over, and I think this fits within this discussion, but I hear from a lot of growers and vintners about compliance issues that really affect the Napa brand and therefore our ag economy. So I want to understand better compliance with the 75% rule, and if you could talk a little bit about that. I know it's not a life and safety issue, but I think it's something that in particular needs to be proactively enforced rather than complaint driven. So thought perhaps we could discuss that.
I can speak to that. So there really hasn't been an active process for that. A number of years ago, we used to do audits with the different use permits, wineries. I should say use permits, because we don't always want to isolate out wineries for the use permit compliance, but that's the majority of them. So, but we used to have where the planning commission would pull some numbers out of a hat. We had one of the planners in our department would go through and do an audit and look at their production, and 75, I think they were doing that at the end there, and working, and as a result of that, I think we had a report come out from, what was it, the APAC report that came out, I think it was late 2017, whatever that was. I can't say what date it was, but they proposed that we actually do a broader program of like an audit, which was sort of a self-reporting program. You would annually upload your data, which are TTB forms, which they file, which would be held confidential, and they would upload this information, and we would cross-reference that with our database in our GIS unit and be able to come out with what sort of compliance we have. So that would be a very proactive program. We had COVID hit, fires hit, and it just didn't get implemented. So but it is something that we could go down the road of. It seemed like it was we had a company that you would just simply log on, and they would have one of the winery managers or someone designated at the winery would just annually report this information, and then we would just check that against what their use permit conditions are, and then go from there. So if there was a violation, we would follow through and go.
And that's a self-reporting.
That was like a
system
self
at this
system.
point, the suggestion from APAC, which was
Yeah.
back in 2017.
Yeah.
Okay. I just think it would be great for future discussion.
Okay.
So thank you.
Supervisor Pedrosa.
Thank you, Chair. And look, you all have tough jobs. And just, it's appreciated. You're put in some tough positions, but you are trying to do the right thing, and it's to bring people into compliance. And I think that's the goal. You know, the one area that I learned during the fires, the discrepancy between what's on our property tax rolls and what people believe is permitted, I think that's an ongoing issue that we haven't been able to rectify. And it really came to light when folks were living and paying property taxes on a home that's 5,000 square feet. They came in to rebuild, and on the record for the county is 2,000. I don't see that as someone intentionally doing something to get out of compliance, but that still exists in our community, so that's going to be an area of focus. The other one is when people buy a property and then they uncover something was done without permits after they buy. And that one, and we've worked with many of you on those. I still have challenges with those because it's not someone that intentionally did something. It should have come up during the due diligence, but it doesn't, and it didn't. And then we're trying to retroactive, and we say, well, go talk to the realtor and engage in litigation, but that doesn't go anywhere. And I see that as something that we should try to get ahead of, whether it's working with the realtors or some type of disclosures. I'm really interested in that, because those two categories are separate from someone building something intentionally knowing they have to get a permit. That's a different category than what we're seeing. So I still think that's an area that I'd like to explore more on, to ensure that we're not transferring a problem to someone else that was not part of creating that problem. So I don't know if you have any comments on those.
Well, I can just say, yeah, it's a buyer beware, kind of issue. It is hard. I really wish there was more due diligence done on the front end of a property purchase with the realtor. Come in. The information is here. You can find out if that building was permitted or not prior to the purchase. And so I really hope that, I think I brought this up before. So I came from Nevada, who had a resale program. And so when you transacted a home there, you went into the city and you actually had a report done on your property, on the property. So you would have to then disclose this report, and the city would just check for permits to make sure everything was permitted, and they would do a life safety inspection. And there was some things that were discovered. They had been doing it for years, and the one thing I loved about it is it kept the housing stock there very healthy, because as those properties turned over, we were making sure that those were safe buildings. I don't know if that's something that the board would consider, but that is one program that we didn't have a problem at all with people coming in and going, gee, I bought this and I didn't know it was permitted. It was always put on the table at the time they were transacting with the building. So, and then there's also this, we can work with maybe a program that we realize that these things are happening to folks, and see if we can, that's always a possibility. We're basically right now, we're just following with the building codes. Work with this commenced without a building permit, ends up having these fines. And so, but that's something we can certainly look at too, is maybe some room there from some flexibility for those.
Got it. Thank you.
What we need to be careful of is that we're not put in a position where we have to track all the transactions in the county, which we have staffing issues already. But the resale thing is more on it's an obligation of a buyer or seller in that process, and not the county tracking those. We do in that case we would still want to consider what sort of liability the county might have if we miss something in that process. that's a discussion for if that comes forward. But the civil code provides that the owner of the property, even if they bought the property with the violation, they have the legal responsibility for abating the nuisances. So we have we have to follow through to abate, to bring them into compliance somehow. The question, the kind of secondary question is who's responsible for paying for that or paying fines and fees, and then that shifts into a situation where we're acting as an arbiter between private parties. So there's a lot of areas to look at in addressing that question, but it is certainly an area that we can explore. Your first point about assessment records, that's another area where the assessor taxes based on what's there, regardless of whether it's permitted or not. So I call it the Al Capone rule.
This is a sore subject, but go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah.
I call it the Al Capone rule. You may be doing something illegal, but the taxes are what's going to get you. So
But we've had the benefit of collecting those taxes for a long, long time, and then we're asking people to rebuild something that they didn't. Right? We dealt with this during the fire.
Sure.
I think it's hugely unfair, and we should refund people's property taxes if we want to go down that road. But we're not, right? So I just don't want to go down that road because we lost a lot of homes in the fires, and it was very unfortunate for people that had to rebuild and not get the benefit, but they were paying us taxes on that. So I'm just going to end that at that point.
Yes,
so
we don't have to get into it, but the building permit records are what determines and defines what an entitlement is for our code. The tax records might be evidence of that, but the building code records is where that information is.
And I hear you. I think the challenge is when a constituent comes to the county, they don't distinguish assessor and building. They look at both of us as the county.
Mm-hmm.
So when they say there's one division, whether independently elected or not, they look at it as part of the county.
Sure.
And they're saying this group here has a different assessment, different size, and this group, you're not talking to each other, right? That's an internal issue, not for the public. I just think it's an area. I know there's limitations, but that we should spend some intentional time on trying to rectify for the betterment of that resident, right? That's all.
Sure.
But I appreciate you explaining it. And it's just, we dealt with it a lot in 2017 and 2019 and 2020.
Yep.
So, but thank you for those questions.
Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you. Yeah, just to follow up on Supervisor Pedrosa's point, I think that's something I hear a lot about is people who come in as subsequent property owners with unpermitted construction. And I think one of the questions and opportunities is to just help people understand what the county policy is. That it's things come in, as you were saying, largely based on complaint. And so, so just that people have more clarity so they don't feel so singled out. Understanding what the policy is there. I think the other thing that I've heard things about are, well, I submitted something, I got it back for resubmittal, I submitted again, and then there were other changes. So how we can kind of make sure that we're giving all the and everyone needs a second read sometimes, but how we do that so people don't feel like they're just in the circular submittal cycle. And then I just wanted to share, I appreciate what Supervisor Gallagher was saying too in terms of the use permits. I remember going door to door and talking to a vintner in North Napa who said to me, it bugs me when I feel like I'm following the rules and I know other people out there aren't. And I think that's kind of a good lesson to keep in mind, and that's the reason to do all this outreach and to help people understand, are most people complying? Okay, well, let's make that known too. So just something to share. Thanks.
I will add to that. I think that is an incredibly important part of compliance. Compliance isn't and it shouldn't be focused on the bad actors. Compliance is about integrity with the rules that we have established and confidence that that people, the majority, are in fact following the rules. based upon the emails I get, I understand that there is a hefty amount of people that are not following the rules, especially in one portion of my district. But I think that being able to take this time to really solidify what our intent is in compliance. I don't by any means see that this board's intent is a gotcha as much as it is how can we say with confidence with someone saying to us, I don't think others are following the rules. We don't have that data to be able to say, yes, they are. And here's our confidence percentage, right? Whether it's, a 90% confidence that people are complying with their use permits. And if we've been able to master this, my hats off to you in trying to manage that type of a backlog, but to be able to say we have a path on not just how we're prioritizing these code compliance cases, but also how we are disposing of them. And making sure that it doesn't feel targeted. I think sometimes it just does feel targeted. I think other times the various geographical issues and topography issues that are on certain properties actually complicate that because we end up with other jurisdictional agencies involved. And so I think really looking at how we can do a better job of educating who might be involved, that it's not always the county. I think that can really help us. I think we would definitely benefit, as this is just a year-end summary, I think we would benefit of being able to have a more robust discussion of how we want this outreach and this program to look. And I think that part of it also, really maybe even starts in fact with the name of what our objective is, because compliance has a really, unfortunately, a very negative tone to it in our community. And so I just leave that as a thought out there. Seeing no other lights from the board, I'm going to open public comment on this item. Seeing none in the boardroom, I'm going to go to the phone lines. No one's on the line. I'm going to close public comment. And I think we've given comments that you actually didn't elicit, and we've received your report, and we thank you for this year-end report, and hopefully you've heard enough that I think more should come from this on how we can continuously improve our program objectives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that actually concludes our business of the day for our second to last meeting of the calendar year. So we will now adjourn to the next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors, the last meeting of the year, Tuesday, December 19th at 9 a.m. We are adjourned.